Man, what's up, y'all? Man, yeah, DJ damn fucking ended the live stream and shit. So we wait for everybody to come back through here, man. God damn. Yeah, 41 people in here, man. So hopefully YouTube is good to me, man. Hopefully they let everybody know that we live and shit. Gotta man. Let me put that. Oh shit! Hold on, my bad, my fault, y'all. Let me put this link in the chat so y'all can hop on. If y'all want to join the panel, link is in the chat, man. Damn, DJ. Yeah, we got, what's going on, big dog?
Good, we good. Yeah, I wanted to make sure I told Deacon that, and I know sometimes we let our pride mess over what we need to do for ourselves because we concern ourselves with what other people think. Even though the logical thing is to make sure we take care of ourselves, but that's what emotions are. So I'm glad that you were able. And what I mean by that is, like you said, when you went into places and you would recognize people, and it would make you stop seeking the assistance that you need, and
Right.
also when they would send the van out to your place of residence, man. I know about all that. I don't work the end, Deacon. I don't work around. I have
Right.
family members, you know what I'm saying? And of course, just being a man from the community, like we all know we all are, you see it everywhere. So
Right.
for you to be able to finally work past that is the important thing. As I tell people, like you say, I'm a man of faith, so I try
Right.
not to press too much. But one of my big things is just when I understand I'm doing something wrong, I know that's a saving grace.
Right.
Then it's up to you. That's where your free will come in. Are you gonna do the right thing or do the wrong thing? Are
Right.
you gonna do what you need or what you want? But if you never ever are able to understand, I always think that's like a form of hell to me. You know how some people just won't understand, so you never get an opportunity to even trying to fix something. That's one of the things I'd be afraid of, or learning too late, where you don't have enough time to at least try to to just make things right and just try to see it from that point of view before you pass on. Because understanding is beautiful. Like I know that now. I be trying not to sound too self-righteous, like I got it all together, nothing like that, Deacon. It's just my intention is always different from the first time I started getting on here with people. And I
Yeah.
know a lot of pride tends to motivate people. They want to be heard. They want to be impressive, and they want to have the answers and all that. But a lot of times, I'm just getting on here just to talk to people. So
Right.
overall, my biggest thing is just do no harm, Deacon. And that come
Yeah.
across weird to people. Some people gonna think you soft, or some people gonna think that you got some kind of ulterior motive. You know what I'm saying? Because they need for things to be bad. Some people gonna ridicule you, like Deacon, when you said just me coming up here and saying this. I know how some people are gonna, yeah, they are, because that's how
Right.
some people cope. I know
Yeah.
people got different coping mechanisms. Some people joke, some people attack other people. You know what I'm saying? Some people stay quiet, some people blow up. But I always look at what you're saying and not the person who's saying. That's the first and foremost with me. You know what I'm saying? Like from your message, I'll be able to get what I need, because if I get caught up in what you look like, we know the world fake like that.
Right.
But Deacon, I ain't gonna go too far. I just really appreciated that. And I'm always in and out, and sometimes on certain panels, if it starts to heat up, I move around now. Because you
Yeah.
see
Yeah.
Kyle call me the intellectual bully. Because at times that I've come on, even if I try my best intentions, that don't mean nothing. I can only control me. And
Right.
sometimes I know stuff has went left. I wound up having disagreements with people. They really, to say I don't care would be like to be sound arrogant, but it's not the like I don't care about the person. I just don't. I'm not giving that much energy to that, because I don't know you. You don't know me. I'm not trying to add nothing negative to your life, but at the same time, I'm not going to let it overwhelm me so much, because I got the control over this. I can just hit the off button, and that's
Mm-hmm.
what I learned as I got older. Is like, hey, I can control me, and I know sometimes you might look like you soft, because that's a big thing in our community, looking
Right.
soft. A lot of times we sat there and either sacrificed ourselves just to prove a point to a group of people that you probably won't even see again. But I can't let you think I'm no punk.
Right.
Like that. As you get older, you kind of learn to deal with that. I heard even I forgot which one of y'all was saying earlier. I think it was you said you would take off when people would say something about your wife. Yeah, we all been there.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing is that some people come here to see us act a fool too. So when DJ was saying, don't ask about whatever he asks about, like I told you, I don't even be here, but I can tell when something that went down.
Right.
So when he said that, that's a brother that's trying to keep the peace too. Especially with you saying all the stuff that you saying. We don't want that to always turn the corner or somebody trying to find fault in what Deacon talked about. But Deacon, man, the brother just trying to share right now. So we don't really need for you to psychoanalyze him or tell him what he may or may not be doing correctly. That's the whole thing with mental health. Yeah. Everybody wants to sit there and tell you, like you said, I will never, ever be able to download what's in your head to my head. So all I can do is listen, and I'm going to go back on mute. My bad, Deacon. I ain't mean to.
No, man, you good. You ain't no issue. Yeah. No, I was coming on also, man, that let you know I appreciate y'all, man, and I got to get up and go to the doctor in the morning, and you know, I went way past the time, but I love it because it helped put me in a good space, and I appreciate it because it was like medicine. I needed it. It's okay. You know what? I embarrassed myself, but guess what? When I normally embarrass myself, it could cause anxiety. It could cause an attack because I'm dealing with emotions now. I'm dealing with things internally that study shutting down and is beginning to feel like a heavy weight on me. But it didn't happen tonight. It could have, and it was going there, but God didn't see fit for that to happen to me. Because who knows, it could have took my life. They've been told me it could take my life. It don't just have to keep being a panic attack. It can actually take me out of here because it can be in my mind that I can't breathe, and then it actually happens. I can't breathe, you know, so I have to be careful. You know what I'm saying? So I just thank God it didn't get to that. And I appreciate y'all, man. Peace and love, family. And I'll catch y'all on the next one, man.
All right, Deacon.
Yes, sir.
All right, Deke. Hey,
Yes,
we waiting on Reggie Owens, man. He got 15 more minutes, man. He'll be over here in a second.
Hey, let him know, man. I got much love and respect for him. I call him every now and then, man. He another one that's therapeutic for me. That's a brother that if I need to talk to somebody, I can always call that brother on the phone, man. And I ain't nothing like talking to him, man. I'm telling you, he can be at work. He gonna take the time out to talk to me. Well, you can't find a better brother, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, and I'll be like, no, man, you at work, I'll holler at you. No, he say, no, Deacon, no, give me a little minute. I'm gonna take care of this. I'm gonna holler at you, you know, and keep me on the, I mean, just think about it. You know, some family members don't even do that. You know what I mean? And that type of love, it helps me get through a day just by talking to that brother on the phone. You feel me? So, you know, and all this is possible through social media, meeting them like that and meeting you guys. So these things can be a good thing. It don't always have to turn out and be bad. It can be great. You know what I'm saying? Like you say, is how we present ourselves and how we receive things. We don't have to, you know, I got to work on it, man. I think I did a good job for a long time. I don't know what happened tonight. Maybe it was meant to happen to me. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it was. I don't know. Because I've been doing a good job with it to not let it get to where it got to tonight. I don't bump head with folks, but tonight was something different. You know what I mean? So yeah, but I thank God. God get the glory out of it all, bro. You know what I mean? Hey man, peace and love. I ain't gonna talk to you too much. I gotta get up for the doctor in the morning, man.
Take your old ass to sleep, and then we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, y'all keep me in prayer, man, and I'm gonna do the same. Love, man.
Most definitely.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So Kyle, how did I come to be intellectual bully, man? I be really wanting to know, like, what did I do, man? You know what I'm saying?
So you're doing it right now.
What you what the hell are you talking about? What am I doing right now, man?
Okay. You always do the see, brother. You can go ahead. I'll let you talk. But see, before you go, though, I got to let you know this though, because you're not really explaining yourself correctly. But go ahead. I'm gonna let you do your thing. Go ahead. See, there you go. Not explaining. So now we all in limbo because you ain't explain what's going on. But I'm gonna let you talk though. I ain't want to talk over your whole show and stuff like that. I want to be respectful.
Whatever, man. You know I ain't trying to do none of that, man. Whatever, man. I'll be rapping. It just be tripping. I catch me on here with that nonsense. You got to stop all that, Kyle. You know what it is, man. I try to be respectful. That's all. Dudes just be on some other stuff. I'm still new to this, like I say, but I'm learning, man. I'm getting my legs under me now. I know what to expect. That's why I'll be backing off at times. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, them boys be super spirited. See, I don't even know what Deacon was really rapping about, but I can tell it was something serious. That's why I say at times I just back on out when I go places.
It was the funniest shit I've ever seen.
Where was he at? Where were y'all at? You know what I'm saying?
So we was on Fred's show, right?
And okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I told you I ain't been over there for a minute. I didn't even realize till later when you said one night that you was hosting over there. I was like, oh, okay. So,
I co-host over there.
Yeah, and, but no, I don't want to bring up his stuff either, though, because he gone. He didn't spoke his piece.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just telling you what happened. Like, so, my man Delonte kind of said some kind. It wasn't out of pocket, but it could be taken it could be taken like that. You did what I'm saying, and it was taken like that. So, shit, he was like, woo, 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 woo. And it went from one thing, it went to another. Boy, I'm telling you, just go back and watch it, man.
That's why I say I don't want to keep try to bad mouth Fred or nothing. But I just, like I said, I ain't been over there. I don't need to go to. I ain't one of them type like, yeah, man. I ain't with all that. I just don't. But I might go peek at it now since you said that. But yeah, and I just leave it at that because everybody wants you to pick a side half of the time. Like I told you, I'm just in there chilling, baby. I'm not really on no side, but I ain't gonna hate on nobody. But. Yeah, man, it be heated in these streets, I see.
Huh?
I said it be heated in these streets, boy. I say it like they say in these YouTube streets.
Man, these YouTube streets, man. Man, either sink or swim, boy. Good God Almighty.
Yeah. I keep talking trash about upload some stuff, but I'm like, yeah. Look, Taylor just said he gonna catch it for sure. Yeah. And I know people need to get stuff off, man, too. But that mental health thing is a real thing. But nobody want to come on there because everybody feel like you're preaching to them or like, who are you? Is your life together? You know what I'm saying? Like you got to be perfectly just a perfect person to be able to, shit, you need to talk about some stuff. With all this shooting going on around here, you don't think people need to probably get stuff off their chest? There's a lot of pent-up aggression right there in America, boy.
Yeah, it's a lot of shit that we don't talk about. You know what I'm saying? That we should.
And we're a hyper-violent ass culture. I tell people that, like, bro, we really are. Like, if you was to step out of America and just look back at us as, through the eyes of other countries, yeah, it's wild over here, man. Like they say, Texas has more weapons than most countries do. So, you can look at that two ways. Like I said, I ain't trying to say take nobody guns or nothing like that, but, you got to be realistic about what you're seeing. But, we already know it's about money, man. Everything always come down to money.
It's always about the money, man.
Yeah.
So, man, talk to me, man. You gonna try to make it out to in August with us or what?
Well, to be honest with you, man, we got a newborn in the family, and I'm supposed to be going to see about my baby. I was hoping to. That's why I hadn't said very much. But here recently, we had some other stuff go on with the family. That's why when you hit me, I told you it was, I try not to bring down the show. I always talk about what I got going on because everybody going through something. But let's just say, I had a few things going on with the family where I wouldn't be able to. And it'd be a little bit selfish right now if I would, That's something I do need to, and I had kind of looked and planned, but you can't get upset about certain things. That's just life, like they say, and I'll just leave it at that. Because me, I try my best not to talk about my family unless I rap with them about certain things.
So you just had a newborn baby, or it's like
my son? Yeah, my son. My son just had. Man. Yeah, so yeah, that's why I was
intellectual grandpa. Hold on, let me go ahead and change that name now.
Look out, man! I've been a grandpa, bro. So look out. I done said that when I first got on here with y'all. My son.
See, so now I can't call you.
He gave me.
That's the thing. See now we know why you act the way you act. See, that's the grandpa.
Yeah, I'm one of those ones that happy they made it. Like what they say, through the crack 80s, baby. That's what it is. Like we was endangered species, so we just think differently. So the reason why, like you say, when y'all talk about like Reg and certain other people, you can tell people who've been through some real trauma. Look, you don't put it, boy, you ain't biased. Man. when you went through some real stuff, you just don't be with that, and you be real idealistic. So you quick to attack stuff. That's what I like about Reg too. He real idealistic, like he's still young. When you're young, you like that. You feel like the world's supposed to be a certain way. So he do speak his truth though. Yeah, y'all stand on y'all square on here, baby. That's why I say you get so many different personalities, and I go to these different channels, man. And this whole LDBC thing, whether you even just associated with it or part of it, yeah. I knew y'all was gonna be something because all the noise I was hearing, considering I wasn't even really on it like that. And still to this day, I'm surprised when I see certain things go on, boy. Yeah, somebody had, I think DJ hit the button. Joe Hart asking you, Kyle. He said, "What happened?" He
Yeah,
said,
man, fucking DJ. Blame DJ ass, man. Big sausage finger having ass nigga, man. Fucked up the whole shit, man.
He said it was 45 people in there. Well, hopefully they come back, man. I think yeah.
Nah, YouTube don't love you like that. They ain't finna tell everybody that we back.
Yeah, well, hopefully they realize something went out, because that was kind of, they'll be like, "What happened?" Maybe they think they Wi-Fi or something fell out, or the data failed for a second, and they ducked back off. Yeah, I've been jumping on a few other places a little bit just to get shout outs to people, but yeah, I've been making sure I stay.
He fired as soon as he come back to the establishment, man, throwing his ass out.
Yeah, I was wondering. I was looking at the screen because I've been moving a little bit. And I looked. I said, "Did it just say it ended?" But I hear everybody still talking. So that was the first time that happened with me. So I learned something tonight.
I'm looking. I'm like, "What the fuck is he doing?" And it just ended. I said, "What the hell did he do that for?"
Yeah,
I said, "Nigga, you done ended the live stream." Because I done almost did it before. We're like, I almost fucked around and mess up the whole live stream before. Like when you're on your phone, because it's at the bottom when you're on your phone and shit. So it's
I've been seeing you. You've been cooking, baby. I've been like, every time I look up, doing what am I doing? Trying to focus on myself. I look up, I'm like, boy, that boy, he got some car crying. Okay, damn, what he do? He talking to somebody. Oh, okay, what? My wife like, man, Kyle be on it now. I said, yeah, he ain't just late night creeping no more, baby. Kyle pumping him out. Like, for real. I say,
I ain't gonna lie, I'm trying to grind, man. I'm trying to grind my ass off, bro. Because, man, I was with Blue Blood for like a whole weekend, man. And that motherfucker don't stop. You know what I'm saying? And I'm trying to get to that point where I'm just constantly going and going and shit. You know what I'm saying?
So what you get, Kyle? You get the hours? Do you get like when y'all doing that? Like, what happens? Like, the more hours you get, what happens? You know what I'm saying? Like,
you get the ad revenue. And then sometimes somebody might send a super chat. You know what I'm saying?
I'm talking about, I always hear y'all saying, put these hours in, put the hours in, put the hours in.
You gotta put that work in. You know what I'm saying? Because the more you put into something, the more you're gonna get out of it. So
yeah, I know that aspect. I thought it was something like on the YouTube. Yeah.
But that too though, because you guys gotta push out hella content so people can see that you own. So whenever somebody see you that you own, they're like, oh, okay, he consistent. So let me get consistent with him. So let me keep going and going and going. You know what I'm saying? Because at one point I was hella consistent, then shit, nigga, life happened to where I had to start paying extra bills, and motherfuckers had to work hella extra, and I couldn't cut off like I was before, so I had to dial it back. But shit, man, the grind is here, and it ain't stopping. Reggie, what's up, man?
Oh shit, what's up, man? I'm here getting off this damn gym. What's going down?
Oh man, I had to let everybody know, man. They was talking about Jim Lampley and all these other motherfuckers. I said, whoa, nigga. The best nigga commentating on in boxing is Reggie Owens, nigga.
Oh man, I'm one of a few. It's a bunch of cats on YouTube who be on their shit. Man, I ain't gonna toot my horn. There'd be a lot of people on here with some good shit.
Hey, look here, bro. I don't look here, Reg. One of the reasons why I always like, like they say, pause no homo. I even say big Reg. That's a term of endearment in our family. I ain't gonna call another man big too often. And it ain't because, I know we probably around the same size anyway. So I'm saying that to say, when you call in fights and certain things go on, bro, you talking about color commentary, and it be real. You ain't trying to show off. Yeah, you good, bro. I look at, the OG. I check out a lot of different people. But whenever I see you go live, bro, even my wife understand that, because we going to be in there. Because I get excited. I get animated. And you be feeling like the homeboys, like when we was doing our thing. So when Reggie say something, I'll say it. And Reggie will literally say the exact same thing. So that make it even more crunk. We be in here laughing, just me and, like I say, baby. But, man, sometimes when you be saying stuff, when I say my side hurting, bro, yeah, because you make me want to chat. You make me want to engage. So I'm just gonna say that there. Yeah, you one of the better ones, Reggie. Don't sell yourself short, baby.
Man,
I'll be
listen.
full on that shit.
Listen, I did one. Listen, man, I had fell into a Reggie Owens moment on accident, right? Cause I'm watching this Neverete fight, and the fight was so goddamn good. Man, I said, man, let me channel my inner Reggie Owens real quick. But I started fucking commentating that fight, cuz I said, nah, I see why this nigga commentate every goddamn weekend.
Yeah, I be liking that shit, man. That's why I don't go to fights, man. I be acting like that when I go to fights and shit.
That's how I act. You dang right.
Yeah, I be acting the damn fool. I remember I went to a UFC fight when John Jones came back. Man, everybody in the section there, they're tripping off of me. But I'm like, man, this is who I am, man. I ain't sitting around. I'm enjoying this shit. Like, I'm gonna act a fool. I'm out my seat. I see shit going on. Like, man, this shit was off the hook. Like, even when I got a credential, I'm at the credential desk, man. I'm up there acting a fool at that shit. Like, I can't sit and be quiet like that. Like, what's the point of going to this shit? I ain't in Japan.
Yeah, for real, huh? That's the one time I do be hyped. Like I say, with this fighting, that's what I get. You know, like you say, what you get up for, what I really enjoy. That's how I wind up finding all y'all. So yeah, when I see certain people, because you know BFTB is another one, you know, that be all into it, and everybody got their little style. But what I'm saying, like with Reggie, like I say, it's just, bro, it's like the homeboy, like, oh, you see this man, and he closes, and you like, yeah, you sitting there, even if I walk out and I can't, you know, see what's going on. If Reggie over there, I know he literally gonna say it like I would see it. Oh, he backing up now, y'all. He like he's scared. Oh, you put. You'll be like, yeah, I know. That's what. Because the last round he was, and then I come back in there and literally you can pick it right back up. Because some people, they can kind of lose you when they talking because you know they trying to make it sound exciting. You're not trying to make it sound exciting. Like you just legitimately excited. You know what I'm saying?
At the fight, boy, he get to talking shit about him and shit. That shit be hella funny. Oh man, these niggas ain't doing shit.
Yeah, you see, I'm trying my best not to curse, huh? Because that's what it is, Rich. I'm trying not to.
Man, I'm trying not to cuss, man. I've been around cussing so damn long. I'm trying my hardest, man.
Because he'll say it to you like, man, yeah, I'm trying to stop cursing, but man, yeah, fuck that thing. I'll be like, this dude here, bro, in the same breath. Because it's just such a habit. And I know everybody got their habit. That's the other thing that'd be funny. He's like, hold on, let me calm down, y'all. Let me calm down. And then in 30 seconds, he right back up again. Like, yeah, I guess he just trying to catch his breath. Are you looking up with
us August 13th, Reggie?
What's August 13th?
We all going to Troy Izzy fight. We doing like a meetup.
Where's fight in Vegas?
Yeah.
I'll pull up when y'all roll out. I ain't going to the fight. I'm gonna watch this shit on TV.
Man, fuck all that. You gotta be at the fight with us, man. It's gonna be like,
man, the fights don't fuck with watching that shit from the TV. I'm only 10 minutes from the strip, so I get down there quick. Man, like I said, I went to that one fight with a credential. That shit was cool because we ringside, but ain't no shit like watching that shit on TV. I'm sorry.
I love being there, man. Being there, especially when you with your dogs, man, and you can just be walking around, chilling, laughing.
So how everything been post-COVID then? Like for real, like you know, that's another reason why I ain't been too crunk to jump out. You know what I'm saying?
Same shit.
Police gonna tell that dude walk around like he Jesus Christ around here.
Man, a lot. Man, them niggas better hurry up and get them fights in before they start restricting shit again. I see LA trying to go back to making people wear masks and shit because of them numbers going up.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about because I know people got their opinion. I'm just saying what they doing state to state because it'll be later on in the year like numbers, they start getting cool again.
Them numbers is always gonna go up, bro. It's gonna be hard to shake this shit, cuz it's kind of like you just gonna have to get it. You know what I'm saying? Because you gonna get it regardless, no matter what. You can have a mask on, the whole shit. You still can get that shit, dog. So you just gotta live your life, whether.
I don't know if I 100% agree with that, Cap. I think if you keep yourself protected and stay away from it, you be good. My wife brought that bull crap on to me. I don't believe.
That's what I'm telling you though, bro. You can't avoid it because somebody gonna get it.
If I had already divorced that woman last year, I wouldn't have got it.
Well, if it was a fifth, would all be drunk.
I'm talking about like what's the stipulations and requirements for stuff, you know, as far as getting sick,
they ain't really dropped none yet because it's kind of like I say, like at the job, you know, the numbers are up, you know what I'm saying? They done raised up, but they still letting people visit and shit like that. They still letting people walk in regular with COVID now.
Yeah,
not like
I ain't with all the got to do all the testing and all that, man. I just want to be able to go to a fight. You know what I'm saying? Just to be able to travel is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and because of where the economy headed, man, they hard pressed to want to shut shit down when they know it's almost there. But the economy's so kind of teeter-tottery right now. They do anything to create a panic like that. The economy really gonna dump into a recession. So they cautious about that shit as well.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna shut down no time soon. For that one reason, what Reggie just said. Plus, I think we're more educated about it now and know how to deal with it. And I'm gonna tell you something, man. I think if you've had it, I think your body is a little bit stronger to fight now.
Yeah, you still get that shit again. You can get that shit like 3-4 more times.
I didn't say you couldn't. I'm just saying you can fight it better. I mean, when I had it, it wasn't as bad as for me as it is for some people, as it was for some people. And I didn't have it that long. But at the same time, I think my body is a little bit stronger now against it than what it was then. Because I've kind of relaxed a little bit on protecting myself since then. But I got to go back. But I'm one of those cats, man. You see me in public 9 times out of 10, I have a mask on, depending on the environment. But yeah, I think if you keep yourself protected, man, I think you can stay away from it. I believe that because I went over 2 years without getting it until that woman, man, brought it home, man. So she out there hanging out with whoever she hanging out with, doing something different than she wasn't doing before, and then have to try to act like she didn't know she had it. You know that bull crap. I knew something was
up. You hate that woman now, man.
I don't hate her, man. I mean, a lot of stuff I replay in my mind. I know a lot of lies I've been told. Where Reggie go? I know there's been a lot of lies I've been told. You know what I'm saying? It ain't that I hate her. It's just I don't like a lot of the bull crap that went on. And you try to tell me it's raining outside. Well, I know you pissing on me. I don't like that kind of stuff. But I'm good.
Yeah, she really had us fucked up this time, Santos. But shit, you only got 2 more weeks, nigga. Then you officially done.
Man, I'm done now, nigga. What you talking about? Man,
no, I'm talking about officially, nigga. Like you officially, it's over with. Like no more talking.
Man, I got some papers coming this week, more like. And that
nigga,
to me,
that's what I'm saying.
Look,
I'm that nigga.
That ain't
that's
no,
what I'm saying.
Man. My 60 days over with. I'm divorced. Period.
Did she get bread or what? Or should have been cheaper to keep her?
No, man, it's cheaper for me to be free. I
want to she ain't get no bread, none of that alimony and shit.
Oh no, sir, no, sir. She getting equity from the house. That's it.
Oh shit! You walked out like a big G. Shit, ain't got to pay that alimony shit.
I'm straight like a cock, like a real cock. Cock-a-doodle-doo. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Reg, I'm the luckiest dude you'll ever meet when it come down to something like that, and I did it in record time. You did. Hey, look, I gotta go get this load out. I gotta do this delivery record. I'll be right back.
Yeah, Reg, man, we're gonna be pretty deep up there, man. We're gonna drop the DJ shirts, you know. It ain't gonna go how you think it's gonna go. But I think I'm gonna do a show where I'm gonna do a shirt with all the sayings that ever came through the boxing section.
Oh, y'all out there merchandising and shit.
Man, politicking, man. You know what I'm saying?
And what you talking about, Kyle? You going to the meet and greet thing, or you talking about something else? Because I think I started talking on.
Man, I'm trying to get out there, bro. But I'm trying to, but you know what I'm saying? You know, I be trying to like save some days. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I was gonna try to make sure I go and try to meet a few of the brothers. That's the thing that I was talking about, to where I had to shut down. So I wasn't looking to do anything to the end of the year. These last couple of years, like I said, it's been a lot. So all this moving around stuff, because I move around a lot. So just in my life, period. So me just sitting still is a thing, which was kind of good. So when everything shut down, that wasn't like it wasn't needed. I know it did mess up a lot of stuff and change a lot of stuff, but yeah. So I'm just kind of getting back into the groove of stuff anyway. But whenever you hit me on Instagram and all that, I was just coming back from Texas, because I told you I had been up in Oklahoma. it's been a few fights out here I could have went to and I just didn't go because of certain stuff. And Joe Smith and them. Joe Smith is not the last one, but the one before that, he fought out here. So, and who else? The Undisputed with the Women, they fought downtown. That was breakfast and all them. So yeah, I told you I'll be moving around. Yeah. But now I've just been kind of posted up with everything going on. But I have been wanting to go to some of the fights, and now that I'm on here with y'all, and like I say, rapping with people like Picasso and a few other folks, I said I was gonna get out. So that really meant something big time to me whenever you reached out, because I told you I'm anti-social, baby. You know.
Listen, when I seen Joe Smith get his ass whooped in person, bro, I knew it was different.
Yeah.
That better be a nigga is just different.
Yeah, when you hear it, you standing there. I tell people ain't no video game. Shit, these dudes he'll take damage, baby. Especially when you get up to the higher weights, like you say.
You could hear that shit, dog.
Yeah, but Beterbiev is real. I thought people would have been that's people don't know, but it's because these niggas be paying too much of this want to be pro-black fight fans and shit. Like, nigga, nobody give a fuck about that shit. Like, these niggas are fighters. Like, that dude's a real ass motherfucker. Especially them dudes who come from that section of Europe. Them fools real about shit. Them fools real. Ain't no thrills, no frills, none of that shit. No special tricks. They just come in there and kick your ass. And it's like a lot of people overlooking them. That's what that one dude. Who that dude you be interviewing? The one I be saying Fred fucked his career up. That nigga at
Lonnie B.
Yeah, even he was saying, man, one person he ain't gonna fight is Beterbiev. I think he got hurt by Beterbiev sparring and shit.
Yeah, man, he said that motherfucker hit so goddamn hard. And then Mama's boy said, nigga, he was talking shit like, oh, y'all finna spar him. And then he started knocking niggas out before it's his turn. They said, oh, we need you to hop in. He said, nah, I ain't hopping in shit. Fuck that. So
yeah, he properly fights people. It ain't even like Beterbiev fights people intellectually. Like, he's a smart ass fighter. From the way he just knows how to tear people down. And a lot of these fighters don't, especially over here in America, a lot of these fighters just ride off of their athletic talent and shit.
Nigga, I told Anthony Yard, I said, man, please don't take this fight, brother. You don't even need to do that right now, man. Boxing is about time, is what I told him.
Shit, until his last fight, this last one, I wasn't really, like I said, I have nothing against him. I know a tough fighter when I see one, but I always try to think about how long you gonna last. And he was getting hit quite a bit, but you know, a lot of the guys from that part of the world get hit a lot anyway. But whenever I seen him get on a bicycle, like soon as the fight started, I was like, oh, okay, this dude can think. You know, I'm gonna look at you a little bit. I know he got the power. I know he can take shots. But whenever he did that with Joe Smith, I mean, everybody was impressed with the knockout. I was impressed with the fact of the matter that he moved around. He was actually light on his feet, moved laterally. You know, he set all that stuff up. You know, of course, he had the tools to get the job done, but he was able to deliver those tools effectively. And I was really surprised by that. And I don't downplay nobody. I don't care what you look like. I tell you that. Of course, I am gonna be pro-black, but I tell people it's not like I'm gonna be anti anything. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna make sure that you understand that I do love my people, like I always say. But that doesn't mean I have to be against anything, because a fighter is a fighter and you can hurt me. So it doesn't make any difference about where you're from in the world. It's about, you know, are you capable of, you know, delivering, like I say, pain? And he can. I was surprised with that, though, because that's the biggest thing with me, is that you have to be a little bit mobile. I don't need you to run around the ring, but it's one of the things that you see lacking. And when we talk about Ryan Garcia and people like that, besides his whole mental side of everything, you just flat-footed. And with the fighters that you see now, like the Haneys and the Shakurs and all these other guys, the Boots and all that, if you can't move a little bit, then you're just not going to be able to, you can't compete, period. So even if they don't have the best power or you just won't be able to compete with him. And when he was able to move like he did, that's when I realized, like, oh, okay, yeah, this dude a little more dangerous than I even thought. So I'm looking forward to his next fight, because he made easy work of Joe. But like I said, the biggest thing was how he moved. And I hadn't seen him do that very much in his other fights.
When I seen him come out, I looked at Leon, Las Vegas Leon. I said, get your hat. We ain't going to be here long, brother.
Yeah.
He said, oh, no, man, Joe going to do it. I said, get your hat. We ain't going to be here long. You know what I'm saying? It's time to go. You know what I'm saying? He let him on his ass, man. And I'm telling you, you can hear the shit in the because we was in the Hulu, so it wasn't like we was in the garden. We was in the Hulu, so you heard every guy, you heard every hit. Man, he came with that Thunder boy and sent that boy packing.
Yeah. They had a hockey game or something that night too, huh, Kyle? I seen they was like when they paused everything and let some people out or something. Like you said, that was at the Garden, huh?
Yeah, it was a whole lot of shit going on. Yeah, there's a
Hey,
whole
how
lot of shit
big is
going on.
the Madison Square Garden? That shit huge or something?
That shit big as a motherfucker, dog. They had like there's like Madison Square Garden, and there's the Hulu Theater. It's like one side and one side. It's like that shit's humongous, bro.
Always bigger than like Staples Center and all that shit.
Shit might be the same size or a little bigger though.
Oh damn! See, I gotta go to New York. I'm gonna take me a trip to that mug.
Yeah. Because they showed it. It was like a little building on the side of the big building. That's when they panned out and they were showing everything. A bunch of people was leaving out. And I was like, damn, the fight over. I thought they were supposed, but then they was like, nah, they was just showing the exterior. And then you saw the Hulu on the side. And then, like you said, all the rest of the folks was leaving out that other side.
Man, that shit was man. New York is so goddamn people. That was my first time being in New York, bro. New York was fucking crazy, man. I love New York, man. The food was hella good. Like California don't really have good food. The only time you can get some shit is some Mexican food where you can't get it nowhere else. Other than that, man, everywhere else got better food, man. In my opinion. What you think, Red?
I agree. No, I agree. LA, we ain't got that much food. You better off eating in the house. Like everything else is fast food. Mexican food off the hook. Asian food is off the hook out there, but other than that, you gotta eat at somebody's house. A lot of black folks ain't got restaurants out there like that. So, but no, I agree. We ain't got food like that. Plus, you New York like immigrant like a motherfucker. You got so many ethnic groups out there, so you're gonna get a lot of food and shit.
Nigga, that chopped cheese is something serious. The bacon, egg, and cheese, like the roll that they use. Oh my goodness. They got a whole bunch of shit that we don't get. You know what I'm saying? As far as the snacks and all that. Yeah, man, that shit was nuts.
People out different groups. You got Arabs, Indians, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, fucking everybody from Europe. Like them fools got a delicacy of shit out there, and they still attached to their national roots and shit. So I think that's what separates New York apart from like a lot of places and shit. It's just deep rooted in immigration and shit.
You know, once they came to California, man, they get Americanized like a motherfucker real quick.
Yeah, that's because that's just the LA thing. LA so just modern with shit. For everything that's great with LA, some shit that's bad, but LA is just so forward thinking and progressive. A lot of other shit you can move back east, they kind of hold on to old ways and shit. Like even when I moved to Chicago, man, when we moved to Chicago as kids, but I thought I went back in time. Like that's how, like they hold on to old shit back going that way and shit. Right. Like you look at a lot of shit just look old. Like they hold on to a lot of old shit.
Nigga, they be using box Chevys, nigga for weapons. Nigga, they be ramming into each other and shit in these cars.
Who, them New Yorkers?
Nah, them Chicago niggas.
Oh, it's Chicago motherfuckers just crazy. That's because that city's so fucked up and that city's so deeply racially divided and shit, and people overlook that shit. There's so much that them people out there deal with that a lot of people overlook. That's why I be hearing Fred criticizing these cats. Like, you don't even know the gist of what they go through, even though it's wrong to kill people, but it's a lot that's been targeted towards these people. And then especially tearing down that housing like they did. And even for the reason why they build projects out there was bullshit. To keep black people from having opportunities of moving across that city and shit. We house them here, then all of a sudden they tearing the shit down, giving these people with all sorts of fucking peace issues and shit, just sending them out there like they knew what they was doing, and then they ain't gonna offer resources for them. So they just put in a lot of fucked up situations and shit.
Yeah, it's the history of the world, Reggie. That's one reason why I like to hear you speak on it. You know, like I said, I'll be trying to slowly build my courage up. I told you I wanted to read with you. I don't want you to think I was just saying that. I really meant that. But like I said, you know, I know you can be controversial and all that other stuff, and that's all. Like I said, I ain't scared of no smoke, like they say. It's just that I was just taking it easy. But all in all, for people to just even pretend, Reggie, especially with the education, with the information being out there, I should say, it was all a plan. I always say the same thing about statistics, about what America is, and nobody's going to even get emotional about it. Like when I first was asking about what to do with the pain and all that, I didn't literally mean like We just need counseling and this and this and that. It's about the realness of what really happened. Like you now you're starting to see the scars of it. When I explained that, I know one night we was talking with Max, and I was like, bro, you got to think about this. Speak of the devil, it's about within 100 years of stuff that's really happening. You know, the 1865, my grandmother just passed, she's 94. My wife's talking about her mother speaking with a woman who was, you know, teaching her to be a lady back then. And this woman at that time was 80 and her mom's 80 now. So she was one of the first people who were actually free. And then you think about the education system, sharecropping, you know, these are real things. And then each time that there was some type of, you know, benefit or they were being, you know, it just came up and started making money, you would sabotage it. You know, we talk about COINTELPRO. We talk about, you know what I'm saying, drugs being pumped into there. And even recently, what is that show, The Boys, about the superheroes? They briefly touched on it, which I thought was I was like, that's kind of cool. That when they were saying that they purposely pumped drugs with the whole Contra affair and with Reagan and Oliver North and all that, the recent time with the crack being like, yeah, this really happened. So we're not asking for you to understand us. We're not talking about a pity party. We're talking about hard facts. Period. And how you do understand you can destabilize countries, you know, ethnic groups, because it's been done before. You know, simple stuff like giving a group of people a blanket with smallpox. Like you have the intellectual prowess to be able to dominate. So you don't use your intellect to be able to help. You use it to put another group at a disadvantage. So now when times change and the disadvantage has to be, you know, just addressed, you start to try to change the facts themselves. So that even shows that you understand what you've done, because now you're doing something even more deceptive to get away from what you did actually. You want me to feel better, want to make you feel better, like I said before, about what you made me experience. So there in itself is that weird, you know what I'm saying, ironic. So when you hear people who come from our ethnic group speak about it, it's normally because either they've been removed from it or it's an agenda a lot of times. Because it's easy, because it's always been the same thing. Use us to catch each other, use us to speak to each other, use us to, like I said, to break us down. And that's what you're seeing again. It's just a new way of seeing it. So when I said I don't go places and I don't do things, that's kind of what I mean, because you don't need me to judge you. But you know what I always say when I'm on here, just don't pretend like that's not it, because just say what you are, because even that is, you know, show your bravery about it. If you're going to stand on your square, stand on your square. But don't make it like the facts are not the facts. And you just have either past trauma you've gone through, you have a certain, you know what I'm saying, relationship with your group of people, and that's what it's kind of stemming from. You have internal stuff that you're dealing with, and it's obvious. Like I said, I'm not a psychiatrist, but it's just obvious. You know, you always seem to go towards the same direction with what you believe, and it always seems to, you know, be in contrast to what, yeah, that's all telltale signs of, bro, we know you got something going on with you. We know you have an agenda, as they say. So I can't sit and talk to people and they be disingenuous, because then I know that you're not really trying to resolve anything, and you're not either misled and it's something that we can come to an understanding. No, you have this, and this is what you're trying to accomplish. So a lot of times I'm just going to be quiet and leave you alone. But some things do need to be spoken against, especially if that information is getting out and it's misleading people. So I always do appreciate that type of stuff. You know, when people are willing to take a stand. That's why I said you were idealistic in a lot of ways, like when we're young. But a lot of people don't have the courage to stand out there and say, bro, we know what you're doing. You know, I'm my bad. I didn't even mean to go on another tirade or tangent there. You know, I get real.
No, I thought it was good.
Yes, you did, but it was great. It was a great monologue.
No, I thought it was good, because a lot of people, like, even with I see, like, with the shit that Fred be talking, like the game bears, like, nigga, you speak one point, like, I get where you're coming from. It's a great point, but there's deep underlying issues, and there's even underlying issues as we speak that we see. And even like today, like, a lot of people talk this political shit. The Democrats this, da da da. They warn us that, but people don't pay attention. Did anyone listen to Kamala Harris address this shit at the NAACP annual event, and where she spoke of this same deep racial shit and addressing it in housing, where you even get the recent stories of black couples trying to sell their homes, and they'll go to get appraisal for the shit, and they'll get lowballed, and then they'll be like, well, fuck that, I'm gonna send a white friend close to the family in here, put pictures up, let another appraiser come out here, and they appraise the home for double the amount and shit like that. So you deal with shit like that. Like even with people bring up with the Black Wall Street things, and it's always preached about like black people were getting their things and this and that. No, it was a select group of black people that were able to structure and create these communities across America. Not every black person that lived in that community was educated enough, because you got to think a lot of people in that society were literate. You had portions of black folks who could read, who had an understanding, and those are the communal leaders, and everyone else had to follow. This is an agricultural society back then, so it wasn't like all this modern day shit. So a lot of people, when you tear this shit down and have to rebuild it, it's hard for people just to go off and build, because a lot of these people are uneducated coming out of slavery. You just don't free people and think they just gonna get up on their feet, because white people didn't get up on their feet when fucking slavery ended neither. White people live desolate than a motherfucker, and the government bailed they fucking raggedy asses out. And the people who are left to hang and pull themselves up were these black folks who come up out of the worst atrocities of America, and then having shit destroyed, having to get back up on their feet, and not understanding the system. Only that small group of black people were able to create the banks, the business, the barbershops, and all that other stuff were able to do it, because they were the educated ones who were probably taught to read, close enough with white families to understand parts of the systems. And then, yeah, they can go out there and people have to follow along with them. So a lot of people overlook that shit and just thinking, well, y'all had this and you should. No, it didn't work like that. A lot of these people are undereducated and have to be led. That's what leadership is about. Yep. And then you get people just think you're supposed to do this. Oh, you're so far. No, we ain't far from none of that shit. I remember even like talking about Reagan and stuff. I remember being a kid before we even start dealing with like the number of drive-bys. Like I'm old enough to remember all this shit when watching LA as it went to deplorable conditions and shit. I remember it always being happy. Like we didn't feel no threats and shit. My childhood was always happy as fuck to a point in the 80s before Reagan and them come with their schemes of pushing shit. The shit with gangs, you putting guns and drugs into the hands of young people, because a lot of these cats who was OG cats I was looking up to were probably teenagers who just seemed grown to me. These young teens in high school, probably younger than that, because you start getting all of them driving fancy cars to high school and shit like that, having money. They demanded a house, but they knew what they were targeting as they start to tear down this shit. And I watch our communities go from parents not being able to clothe their kids, not having lights on in the house, no running water. You wonder why your friends smell. Some of your friends smell like they got dope smell on their house. I mean, on their clothes, because it's being cooked in the home, it's being smoked in the home. You can smell this shit on them. I remember it was so common where people even chased their highs of cigarettes. You always found your friends smelling like cigarette smoke, bad as fuck. These are conditions these niggas led us with. And then you start seeing people getting robbed, shit getting broken into, people being gunned down. That's why I witnessed my first murder. As I'm a young fucking kid and witnessed the shit. And these niggas see me out there. They ain't give a fuck I'm right there. But this is how wild shit got. These conditions they create, doing this shit, targeting young people. The older people can probably get into the point of thinking, incarcerated, moved out the way. So it's like, it's a lot that motherfuckers dealt with that only goofball motherfuckers act like it ain't never existed.
Yeah, they just believe, like you said, you come in right behind that and it's just like, okay, we're gonna start over. No, they got that in between, in the meantime, in the meanwhile, just like after a war, everything's been destroyed, tore up. America actually goes back over there and helps build it back up. But that's the thing, it's gonna be scars there. It's gonna be stuff that you have to address. And nobody's asking for, like I told people a lot of times, a handout or nothing like that. Let's just come to the table and see about a resolve. But it always goes back to the same thing, that it's ulterior motives. You have some fear of these people being able to do well for themselves. And it's been like that for the longest, because like he said before, you take out the leaders, because everybody wasn't educated. And well into the 30s, 20s, like I said, Granny would tell me that. She's like, a lot of people couldn't read, white folks either. Literacy wasn't a thing like that. Books and stuff like that was still being considered things that were, people who had money would have. Because most of the times you just had clothing, like she would tell me, something to eat and a roof over your head. And, you were doing good then. So anything else was pretty much a luxury. Yeah, go ahead, Reggie, my bad.
No. I was saying facts. Sorry to ad lib on that. No, I was saying facts.
Yeah, so
You know,
that's what's other.
No, take this for me though, Street Fighter. When it comes to that reading and writing thing, um, a lot of our people, you know, well, first of all, it gets a lot for our people to learn to read and write, so we had to stick around and do it. So for generations, not all, but some of our people are still afraid to learn to read and write. You know, for generations, but they weren't oppressed forever. I'm not saying that, but we did start off that way, and that's the difference between
Oh no, I've
white
talked to
America
them.
and Black America.
Yeah, they tell me straight out what I need words for. I can eat. I can get my water out the well. You know what I'm saying? That's the good thing about. At first, when I was younger, sometimes you'd be kind of ashamed of going out to the country. I think I said that before when I was, because you know the world and the TV tells you to be, you know, you need to be urban, nice car, this and that, clean, no dirt on your hands type stuff. You know, making you actually want to leave like they say the natural life and being able to actually really take care of yourself, which I understand that now. You know. But yeah, a lot of them would say that they felt like, still, like you said, they would feel like knowledge kind of was for white folks in a certain sense, because they said the knowledge in itself was what caused a lot of people to wind up being slaves, you know, because man is prideful, man wants power, man develop ways to
They
oppress
still
other
say
men.
that shit today though. Every time you sound educated or speak properly, they say you're trying to act white or talk white. That starts at a young age.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
But
Max, because
that's a little different in itself. That particular
Yeah.
subject. What I'm talking about is the fear to learn to read and write. Not there shouldn't be any fear today. I'm not saying that there is, but I'm saying there was a time after slavery that people of color were still afraid to learn to read, because if they feared about it, because if they got educated, and it's going to probably make them stand up to, once they learn certain things, they're going to stand up to the man, which is going to put their life in jeopardy. So they still had a
I
fear
understand
for
that.
several.
I'm saying
Now
it's
let
about
me
the
finish,
same
bro.
now, Santos.
Let me
No, it's
finish.
not the same at all, man.
What I'm saying is they still had some generations there way after slavery, after people of color learned to read and write was against the law. When it was not against the law anymore, they were still, generations and generations were still afraid to learn to read and write, because of the fact of what their folks had instilled in them. Let them know that, hey, you stand up to this white man, you're gonna get killed. You know, and education will prompt you to do some things like that, as sometimes, as well as your heart and soul, even if you didn't have education. So I'm just saying that, you know, that there was what I'm talking about is a different thing of what you guys are talking about right now is what I'm getting at. I'm not saying what you guys are saying is wrong, but what I'm saying is there was the difference between white and black. I know Street Fighter said, you know, there was some white Americans that couldn't read and write either. That's true, so true, because a lot of them they want to stay back and help the family, you know, work the land that they had and things of that nature. So school was not a primary
yeah, that's
situation.
what I
You know,
meant
it
when
was about
Reggie said
survival.
earlier about the classes, about people who were the learned people. That's one of the things I was touching on, is like, that's one of the things they would do, of course, like they do now to keep a division, is that if I'm educated, that means I have knowledge. I have knowledge, I have power. I can set the contracts, I can do whatever. So yeah, and a lot of times they kept it that way. And education wasn't mainstream until they started really like trying to, you know, make schools like they have them now. Because, you know, it's like Little House on the Prairie at times here and there. You'd have little places here and there that would teach people how to read and write, you know, once the government started going out and doing all that type of stuff. But I know what you mean, to where that's what I meant about in the meantime, in between time, folks still had mental scars for generations because you still were a sharecropper. And you know they didn't take it, you didn't have no right to a contract. You was just kind of living by another man's will. So whatever you wanted to pay you, if you wanted to raise tax, if you wanted to take more, you know, until you started having quote unquote more rights. Because people think that once they just said, okay, slavery's over with, some kind of switch went off and all of a sudden now we ordering Starbucks coffee. I'm like, nah, bro, it was a long period of time in between there where people were still just suffering because the whites didn't want to change and blacks were used to things a certain way. That's why some of them stayed. Some of them stayed
Right.
because that's all they knew. They were born into chattel slavery and they died in chattel slavery. You know, that's one of the things, like I said, that when I think about myself and, you know, you try to put yourself in that, you think about that with just some of the daily stuff you go through now as far as psychological. You can't even imagine just your whole existence always being looking across at this white man or this white woman, you know. I tell people that now, you know, and like I said, I'll go back on mute, but I feel you, Santos. That's why they said psychological scars. It wasn't, and even if you start trying to help these people, some of them, they're going to distrust you, you know, because you've been bent over this broom so long, like they say, you ain't never looked up. You just don't. And now you program that way. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is until somebody comes along. And how many people are going to want to sacrifice? Not many people want to do that.
The craziest thing, I was just thinking about this while you were speaking. The craziest thing is there's still people who are afraid to let it be known what level of intellect they have achieved or how intelligent they really are in the job place. You know, on jobs, man. You know, people. I'm gonna be first to admit I've been there before. I've been afraid to allow myself to express myself fully and let it be known what my intellect is you know is like to people who hold my job in their hands, who could fire me and all this type of stuff. And then they got to the point, I got to a certain age, I didn't let that happen anymore. You know, but there are some people walking around on jobs right now that will not speak up when they know there's an injustice going on in their workplace because of the fact, and they don't let people know how knowledgeable they are about things on purpose because
that's part of the culture, like you saying now. Don't be deemed a threat. Don't outshine the master, as they say now. That little, what is it, 48? But I know, see, Santos, you keep, and me and you being around the same age, you giving game to a lot of people that don't know that now when they say that, you know, black people have to do so many psychological things that people don't even think about each day. Because you're basically saying make another person feel comfortable. We were always supposed to cater to. And they don't realize that they slowly become uncomfortable around you just because you're able to carry on the conversation and you behave dignified. Because they need to feel like they're better than you. They need to feel like in some way, shape, or form, I don't know necessarily what it is, but I need to be better than you. Yep. And if I don't, then there's something wrong with me, you know. And like you said, that's the thing that you'll start seeing it in people when their whole demeanor changes with you. Like you say, once they bring up something or they bring up some subject and they just feel like no person on the planet outside of their race should know about this type stuff, which is the arrogance. That's why I say when people are that arrogant, I always feel pity for them. I really do, because it's like, dude, you got to have a little humility to keep you from, you know, you can't even pay attention to right now how you coming across to somebody. You know what I'm saying? Because your insecurity is just overwhelming your thought process. And now you're letting your slip show, like we say, you're letting your racism come out. Because that's what I say when I think I told you before when the guy asked me about reparations or something. And we had just met and this and that. But I more or less he understood by the end of that without me being rude. Like, you made yourself so important, you felt like I should just answer that question. Hey, this is the first black guy I'm around. Let me ask him a question about something that I keep seeing in the news that I have an opinion about that's not going to really cost me anything, but I just feel like I need to say something about these group of people being who I am. That's what I mean when I say I try to see where the conversation starts with people. You know what I mean? Because I don't like he's already called me the intellectual bully. I try not to get pulled out of stuff because you start kind of seeing what people want to do. And that's a big thing when it comes to racism. The fact that I can just show up, talk, have a conversation, do my job and go home. And then the next day I come in, you behave differently with me because you feel as though I'm uppity. Even though we haven't talked to each other, there's no real interaction. I came on time. I left when I was supposed to do. You don't have to tell me anything. I'm like they say, I'm a self-starter, blah, blah, all those things because you have stereotypes. He should be lazy. He should be loud. He doesn't speak very well. You know what I'm saying? All those things start, and they can't necessarily say it, but you see it. And that's when you say they start trying to do little things to attack your job and play mind games. But the whole time I got to sit here and still pretend like you're not racist. That's the convenience you want. You want that I can be racist, just don't call me racist.
I lived in the workplace. I'm telling you, man, in the car business, man, I had to, and walk quietly around, the folks that I worried about taking my job from me. And then there was times when I said, bump that. I'm more than that. I'm more valuable than that. I'm going to speak up. And that's when I started speaking up, I became that target. They were never able to shoot me down like they wanted to. But at the same time, there was always confrontation with those folks when I started speaking up for myself. In fact, after I got into management, the last management opportunity I had, I was the only person of color in management at this particular one place. I held my head down for a while, but then when I got tired of. Plus, I'd already been documenting things, and I ended up hiring an attorney. And that was the last time I allowed somebody to suppress me as a person in the position that I was in, and it cost them over $300,000.
Santos, are you over that bad spot or what?
Yeah, I'm past the.
Okay. Well, listen, man. I've been on for 3 hours, but y'all can hold it down. You know what I'm saying? I ain't rushing y'all off or nothing like that. But I gotta get up early with these kids. But y'all can stay on as long as y'all want.
All right, Kyle, I'm gonna hit you tomorrow about that trip, man.
Oh, most definitely. Yeah, we gonna get it in for sure.
All right, I'll call you tomorrow.
No, we got it. All right, y'all. Y'all keep chopping it up, man. This is a great conversation, though, man. Great.
Already, Kyle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
hey, Reg. Hey, Reg.
Yo.
Hey. I don't want to hear nothing about no goddamn bed section ever again, nigga.
Yeah, nigga, I got you on your shit, motherfucker. No more bed.
Nah, it was blue blood. It was blue blood.
Hey, salute the blue blood, cause I see your ass grinding, nigga. Keep it up, goddamn it.
Yeah.
Keep it up. You doing your shit.
All right, y'all. We'll give it to you in a minute.
But even in my business career, there's been times where I've held my peace for the sake of the business, but at the same time, I don't hold it for long. I don't hold my head down. I stay reserved more or less because see, I pick my battles now. You know what I'm saying? And when it's time to fight, I fight. And I let it be known real quick if I feel disrespected or quick, hey, whoa. Ain't nobody above me you can call to try to chastise me because I am the person in charge of this establishment that I'm representing, and either they want me to do the job or they don't. It don't matter to me. I go to the next client. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't in the business of be kissing butt anymore. You know what I'm saying? But it happens in workplace. It happens in business. It still happens, man. But we gotta get to that point where we can stand up freely and not always feel like we gotta hold our head down, hold our tongues, and all that kind of stuff. Now, I do agree that we don't have to jump out there too soon, too quick, and just fly out whatever we want out of our mouth. You got to be reserved and understand what you're dealing with, and you got to choose your wording. You know what I'm saying? Handle things consciously the right way, and not just handle things irrationally. So it's a way to do everything. You know what I'm saying? But shoot, I just I feel better as a person when I know I have handled my business, stood up for myself, and not let somebody just get any kind of way. It's been times I've allowed that stuff, man. But I usually after so much time go by and so much abuse go by, I come out fighting like a corner cat or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
I think we lost Reggie.
Okay, we're about to lose Santos too.
Yeah.
So what's up? In shape? You coming out to Vegas for the fight, man? Or what's up?
Nah, that's what I was telling you, boy. I said I ain't gonna be able to do nothing probably to the end of the year. I got some people to go visit. There's been a lot of stuff I couldn't do, so now I'm able to do it. I got to make sure, because I've been being selfish, making sure I do for me. Now it's time to make sure I look out for my people. Got a new baby too, my son. So it'll be the end of the year. I've been trying to see what I don't want to say those people's names because their fight hadn't been called yet, because they'd always start something. I was hoping by the end of the year that they have something going on, because that'd be a good one to be able to jump out to. But yeah, I hear y'all boys talking about moving around and everything, man. That's good stuff there, baby boy.
Hey, well, they in shape. We can look forward to seeing you in Vegas toward the end of the year. Then it's going down, bro.
Yeah, I'm trying, like they say, speak it into existence. Yeah, because it's time for me to get out and do something for myself again. But when we were talking, like when I first started talking to y'all a while back, that's why when we were talking about health stuff and what we eating and drinking and all that, and just how folks was. And he said, "Can they drop the link again?" He in the chat. Y'all. Max, one of y'all can hit Kyle, right? Or is it still in the chat? It still should be there, huh? Yeah, I still see a link over here in the
He might have got dropped all the way out.
Hey, Reg, if you can hear me, yeah, I think I see one on. Yeah, I'm able to go get out there and see what's cracking like on everybody. Because August, I've been really shooting for August, but like I said, we had some loss in the family, and that, that was, especially the last, like I said, with my grandmother, that one was kind of really, really unexpected. So everybody had to sit down on that one. And then my mom needed to take a break. So, like I said, I just want to make sure, because I am one of the oldest. So, you got responsibilities. They've been surprised. I told them I've been doing anything messing with the internet. So I told them, I said, yeah, I'm almost full-fledged now. See, I got avatars and thumbnails and shit. Can't tell me nothing now, baby. But yeah, I do want to come meet up with the folks and all that. I really do, especially now that I see everybody meeting up with everybody, like really, really meeting up.
Yeah, I'm kind of juiced, man. It's my first time in Vegas, first time to a fight, and first time seeing one of my best friends in like 8 years, and the first time meeting all the homies. So,
Max, I thought you was West Coast though. You ain't went to Vegas?
I've never been to Vegas. I don't like saving up money to come back without it. Most trips I go on out of town, I make money while I'm there to pay for my trip. So it's usually how I do trips.
It's not in your chat no more, Reggie? I must got to steal the old. Oh, there go DJ right there. Because he's saying drop the link again. I think DJ go drop one.
Drop a link for the live stream if you can hear me, my man, if you're able to.
Yeah, he just flowed in. Looking like Black Moses in that picture. So DJ, you was trying to channel your Isaac Hayes on that picture? Yeah. Black Moses, baby.
I was trying to see if I can get the copy of the stream from
Hey, there you go, Big Red.
No, man, I was at the water park, man, in the grill, man, and I felt fly as shit, so I just took a picture.
That boy looking like he's like, yeah, baby.
Hey, DJ, I couldn't get a copy of that live stream. Oh, you got it. Okay, good.
DJ looking like motherfucking. Hey, what was Black Moses?
That's why I told him. I say he looked like Isaac Hayes, Black Moses.
Yeah, Isaac Hayes. I've been calling him Black Moses till I forgot his real name.
Yeah, that's his name. That's why I told DJ I'm waiting for him to put the track on. I'm waiting for the music to start.
Plus, I got 6 gray hairs in my beard that I'm very proud of right now.
This boy says
so. Right. I got 6 of them, man. I can't wait till my salt and pepper fully come in. Boy, these hoes don't stand a chance here, boy.
DJ say I counted them and it's 6 and they mine.
Hey, what's up, Reggie? You linking up? I know you out there in Vegas. You linking up with the boys or what?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I ain't going to the fight though. I'm gonna link up with them. Just call me whenever y'all touch down. I'm on, like I say, I'm only.
Hey, Reggie, I'll be there Friday. I'll be there that Friday. I'll be there on the 12th.
And that's in August.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna be there Friday night. I'll be there on the 12th. I'll probably be at the airport around 6:30 Friday.
What time y'all touch down?
I'll be there around 4:30 or 5. My flight's supposed to land about 4:45. So, yeah.
So y'all boys gonna go live and all that when y'all start doing y'all thing?
Hell yeah, it's a bitches.
Hey, who fighting? I heard Cal say Troy Isaac. He the main event.
No. I think he like Teofimo the main event.
Oh, it's a TFM. I definitely wouldn't pay no money to go watch a TFM.
Same thing A17 said.
But
That's what A17 said too.
Tiafimo, we ain't going to see Tiafimo, man. We going to see Troy Isley, Xander Zayas, and Duke Reagan. Them the guys we going to see.
Hold on, hey, Reggie, this is not who I wanted to pop my fight cherry with the Tiafimo fight. I was waiting for Bud and Spence too, but I could be waiting my whole life. And the boys said they linking up, so I said, "Fuck yeah, I guess." I guess my first fight gonna be Tiafimo, bro.
Hey, y'all seen that Bud interview and shit?
No. Break it down. No, I did not.
Oh yeah, he on some interview with out of his gym with the dude from what's his name? It's called My Mixtapes, and he got into like talking about his career. Like it was real good. I think that the interviewer kind of come out of the rap like music coverage world, but getting Bud to open up, man, and Bud talking about his early phases. I think he got into talking about almost losing his hand from fighting because he always fought. And he was at school, like he just got kicked out of a high school, so he had a new high school with his homies, and they playing around the lunchroom, and he throws some shit, and when he tried to throw it to hit his homie happened to move and hit this dude, and the dude coming at Bud, so Bud like running around like, cause he in his mind like, man, I ain't trying to get in trouble again. He known for fighting, that's how he got kicked out of the boxing gym, and as he running, he run past the teachers like, damn, you ain't gonna stop this, and the teacher look at him like, that's not my job. I'm not security. Because you're saying the rule at the school, teachers can't intervene in fights. Security got to be there. So Bud said when he hear that, he got to stand his ground. So him and the dude get into it. He punched the dude in his mouth. And when he hit the dude in his mouth, he hit him like directly in his teeth. And that shit caused his hand to fracture and open a cut that got infected. So he was like in the hospital for 3 days where he said he almost could have lost his hand. And then with all the fighting, he gets kicked out the gym. So he goes into this dude who he praises like for getting him back in the gym because it was a Mexican dude dominating in the gym. So everybody trying to pull him back. Matter of fact, he go into real in debt about that night where he gets shot in the head. He kind of play out that whole scenario, go into that. But then he goes into what got him back in the gym because he was out of there for like 5 years. When they kicked him out, he was like, fuck boxing. And he just played the streets and shit. So it was like everybody trying to lure him back. They put in billboard, like little, how they campaign billboards trying to lure him back in after he'd been gone for 5 years. And he like F's that. But it was like some Mexican dude who was like dominating the gym, like stopping everybody. He's calling them the body snatchers. So one day, Bud happened to stop by there and he looking, Bud like, man, I'll beat this motherfucker up. So they setting up some event, get Bud back in the gym. So when Bud go in there to box with this dude, Bud like giving it to him like, oh shit. He like, he said he piecing the dude up, landing the shots on him, but he started fading. And old dude hit him with a body shot that knocked the wind out of him and shit. And from that shit, his anger set in. Like this dude got the best of him. And he said he immediately hop out the ring. He go over and hit like 500 sit-ups. And he tell him, I'll be back tomorrow. And he's like, from there, it never stops. So that's where like he gets his dedication, being like disciplined. He don't want people around him who ain't focused. So it was real good, man. It was a real good like 40 or 35 minute interview. But he touched in a little bit. Go ahead.
Hey, I just got back in the truck. What interview was that with Bud?
Yeah, it's on this channel called My Mixtapes.
My Mixtapes. Who was that with?
Yeah, you know what? I think I did see some clips somewhere with that, Reggie, because it's one part that they were talking about. I'm trying to remember right now when you started saying that too. It was something else that he had said. God, dog, I can't even remember now.
Yeah. He created the short about him having 40 fights in in high school or something, because he's talking about he was fighting like almost every other week.
Yeah, Bud used to fight a lot. He used to be that little dude in the neighborhood in that school fighting.
Yeah, but the night he got shot, that was crazy. He drove himself to the hospital.
As my guy 817 would say, he got that little PP boy in. You know that little PP boy who could always fight? That was Bud.
Yeah, little dusty dude. That it don't care about nothing.
Motherfucker got a chip on their shoulder, man. That's how my little brother was, man. But he was like also talking about like how sports saved his life and shit, which I thought was a good thing. Like my little brother was like that, always wanted to fight. Like you can tell, command that nigga go fight somebody, you gonna fight him and shit.
Yeah, I knew cats like that too, man. Love to fight more than anything. Boy, anything else. My bad, fellas. Excuse me.
Yeah, I'll be tripping. Those are cats you know are meant to fight. Like niggas is just fight for any fucking thing. Like
Yeah,
fight
they
this
don't
nigga.
need a reason. They don't need.
Yeah.
They just love the thrill of the action, man.
Yeah, motherfucker go. The niggas just go places to fight. Like what the fuck? Like them niggas that belong in boxing rings. Like them the people who make good fighters and shit.
That's the nigga on the back seat when you ride 4, 5, 6 deep. Everybody chilling, laughing, talking, cracking jokes. Hey man, ain't that the nigga that you said you had a beef with? Let's pull over and get the nigga, man. This cat always looking for a good fight, man. No matter whose fight it is, he's always ready to fight.
Yeah, I seen a lot of cats like that. I used to sit back and trip like what the fuck make motherfuckers' brains tick like that? Like me, I gotta not like you to fight, or me, I always want to fight people who thought they was. Yeah, I used to always want to fight people who thought they was tough or try to bully motherfuckers, but it wasn't just a thing where you be like, oh, hey, fuck this motherfucker up right here. Like, nigga, like, this nigga ain't done shit. Like, the fuck out of here.
I got a cousin, man. He's about 2, 3 years old.
Nah, I just didn't like being fucked with. Like, if I say, I can say the jokes better than anybody. Being a fat kid growing up, you hear all the fat jokes. I'm going to give you my jokes. You're going to give me yours back. But we not going to do this shit all day. Like, all right, we good. You done got your jokes off. I done got my jokes off. When I say leave me the fuck alone, that's exactly what I mean. Leave me the fuck alone. All right, I'm good. Leave me alone. You done got yours off. I done got mine off. We not going to do this shit all day. No, fuck that. I'm on your ass. All right. Say one more thing.
Me, man, I would not stop clowning.
Yeah, Reggie, we the fault. We the fault, dog.
Hey, I think I used to fight for roasting.
Next one would probably. But see, I probably wasn't the fault. Next one of the motherfuckers. You used to be. You gotta whoop all day. Like I gotta whoop you all day, man. I don't want to fight all day.
I know.
I used to get mad. It ain't like I used to just get mad and say, "Oh, leave me alone." No, it's after a while, bro. After about 30, 40 minutes, we sitting there cracking jokes back and forth. I'm like, all right, that's enough. All right, I'm good. Like, no, I'm on your ass. No, leave me alone. I'm good.
Wait a minute, did what now?
And then, it's just that and people talking about my sister.
Oh, you talking about the
like,
first show. They started another one. DJ accident ended the first show on accident. Then we got another one out there now.
Yeah.
I was
just trying to lead the panel. And I fucked around and ended the show. My bad. I didn't mean to, but yeah. And the one thing that would always trigger me more than anything was people talk. Yeah, when people talk about my folks, like I ain't play that shit. Like you can say whatever you want to say about me. Don't bring my mama into it. Don't bring my grandmama into it. Don't bring my sisters into it. Because fighting words do exist. Fighting words ain't protected by the law, but they do exist.
Oh yeah, them mama jokes be the fastest one to get you in a fight. Now I remember I said one about the homie. Like I say, we used to always bag on each other. We call roasting it in Cali, call it bagging. And I remember me and the nigga, like he coming back with good jokes. I'm clowning. I said, nigga, something about his mama cutting his hair. Man, my nigga just lost it. I'm like, what the fuck this nigga crying for? Man, somebody to tell me like my nigga went into a rage, like then he ready to shoot the school up. I'm like, fuck, like, nigga, what the fuck you crying for, like, nigga? And he acted mad. Nigga, fuck your mama, nigga. That's how I turned it into. And if somebody was like, nah, nigga, his mama got killed in front of him, nigga, by her boyfriend and shit. Now I'm like, oh, shit. Like this nigga really ready to kill me and shit.
Oh, shit. Now I gotta fight.
Man, that nigga sprung on me with his chest because his head was in the cast.
That's the one you gotta apologize for, man. That's one, hey, man, I didn't know, man.
No, I wanted to apologize, but the way this nigga, like, just immediately flipped and went off, I'm like, nigga, fuck your mama. But I'm still not knowing she dead. And I'm like, yeah, but no, because we was bagging this in like something. We bagging for a good 30. Every day we be in there bagging on each other. But nigga never said like no mama joke like that. And that nigga lost it.
Excuse me. Hey DJ, look out for pugilists in the backstage, if you don't mind. Go ahead, Red. My bad.
I don't see him.
But yeah, that nigga like lost it when I said that shit. So he like tripping. Somebody who knew him had to tell me like, yeah, that nigga mama boyfriend killed when he was a kid. He killed his mama in front of him. I think he shot her or some shit. So when I said that shit, triggered that shit. Nigga had a cast on, swung on me with the cast and shit. Then we about getting into it in the classroom, and then that shit just diffused. But I'm like, damn, well, nigga, if you got that type of situation, you need to say it before we get the clowning, because a mama joke gonna always come in and motherfucking play.
Oh yeah. See, I ain't do that one. I was like, no, you can say whatever you want to say about me. I can take it. Nah, don't start talking about my mama. Don't start saying shit about my sister.
Yeah,
like, I say something else.
What you say about my
and
mama?
I meant that shit. Like, once I tell you, like, you say one more thing, like, we can't go backwards from there. Like, I gotta do something after that, or else I'm gonna look like a bitch, or you gonna try me again. So my uncles and my grandmama always told me, you ain't gotta win, but goddamn it, you better fight. And especially if you threaten somebody and tell them you gonna fight, you gotta follow up on that. You gotta take off on them. And always take off first. Don't wait for somebody to throw the first punch. You take off first.
Nigga, it used to be bad in LA because you had so many niggas' moms who end up being drug addicts and shit. Like, you said,
right.
Man, it was bad, man.
Man, I was in the office so much, so many times from cats saying something about my mother, man. Man, he said my mama, man. I joke with you all day long until you say something about my mama, and then I'm fighting, just like that. Wow. And it got to the point, man. I forget what grade I was in. I don't think I was. Because somebody talking about your mama. He said, I know how you feel. He said, but there's, it's jokes. At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? And no matter what he was saying at that moment, I still was feeling a certain way. But then it dawned on me after that conversation, man. I had to start, checking myself a little bit, man. That was kind of like in my life.
Sensos, I wasn't checking shit. I beat my own Sensos. I beat the dog shit out my cousin one time because he tried it.
Well,
I was checking shit. No, you know where to go with me. You know where the line at. You know where the line at. I ain't saying nothing about your mama. I know your mama, and I know your mama. I ain't saying nothing about your mama. Leave my mama out of it.
See, yeah, what I did, I always, I didn't talk about somebody's mother unless I wanted to fight them. And I knew there was a button to push on them. Then I would say something about their mama, But see, I got to that point where it didn't trigger me like that anymore. I could say some egregious stuff to a cat. He could say some egregious stuff to me, rather, and it wouldn't bother me so much. But I would say when I didn't care how he felt about it, I would say something way below the belt that I knew was a trigger for that cat to want to fight. And that's when I would do it on purpose. You know what I'm saying? And dare him to come up in the terror dome. But I was trying to take out before I got knocked out, man. I got a cousin, man, about 2 years older than me, right? Man, he loved to fight so much, man. If I just said it was a cat I didn't like, man, he would go pick a fight with him. Go hit that nigga, man. I got you. He didn't care who it was, man. He didn't care if they were bigger than both of us or whatever, you know what I'm saying? When the two of us were together, man, something was gonna jump off 9 times out of 10. Man, me and him both had short fuses, man. But he was extra. He stayed extra till he became an adult, though. You know what I'm saying? They stayed crazy for a long time, man. That's my dude, though, man. But that's something, man. I remember one time, man, about 3 cats wanted to get at me after school, right? And one in particular was kind of like a bully type dude, you know what I'm saying? So I was like, oh, okay, it's 3 of them. So the first day, it didn't jump off. So they talked about, all right, we got you on Thursday and all this. Okay. So they gave me a few days. Man, I went and told Cuz about it. Cuz said, I'll be over there before y'all get out of school. Because Cuz was already get out of school early. He was in junior high. We were in grade school, right? I was in 5th grade. You can look out the window, man. Cuz was sitting on the church yard, waiting for the drum. Man, I talked my way into getting out of school early that particular day so I can go over there and be there ready for these cats with cuz. Man, some kind of way, man, these cats, man, they saw us sitting down there, man, and they got out of school early before because we were all walking to school at the time. And them cats went a different way to go home, man. And we never saw them, man. I'm like, darn, I just knew we were gonna be whooping some head that day, man. And man, I saw them cats the next day. I said, Darren, what happened to y'all, man? I thought y'all were gonna come get me. Oh, you had your cousin out there. You had your big cousin out there. I said,
Uh-oh.
I never had problem with them again after that. They was some fools, man. Because was a fool. He stayed a fool till we were adults, man. That's I'm gone. He just calmed down a few years ago. He almost 60 now. Yes, sir.
What's up? Me and Santos about to be Bash Brothers out there in Vegas. What's up, Santos?
Nah, I ain't gonna be there, bro. I keep telling you, man. I gotta go kick it with the homie, man.
Yeah, he going to see OG Shelf, man, for his birthday.
Bring him.
But Santos, to your point, right? See, oh damn, Reggie left. I almost say this was Reggie too. Now we had quote unquote, I'm using air quotes, gangs here too. But it wasn't the gangs that you had to be afraid of here. It was the large families, right? You know the ones that got, it's the ones that got 17 cousins and shit, right?
That's what it was.
So the ones I used to catch, the ones I used to like to catch, right, was the ones that was tough when they was with their brothers and their cousins. But when you catch them by themselves, they got that 1,000-mile stare. They're like, oh shit. I used to love to catch them by themselves. Or if it was just one or two of them, oh man, I'd have a fucking field day. Hold on, what's that shit you was talking the other day?
Right.
Yeah,
hey, I know this
it was you, your brother, and 3 of your cousins. Goddamn, you talking all that shit. Now you out here by yourself. Yes, sir. You belong to me now. Yes, sir. Them the ones I used to like to catch.
They had a pretty good sized family, man. But the one family member was a boxer. He was boxing before most of the homies I knew in my hood, right? And he boxed for a long time. Matter of fact, he used to tell me about Mike Tyson and all that. He used to some of the nationals. But before I was even boxing, man, who was that? Is that you, DJ?
That shit loud as fuck, DJ.
That's DJ.
Oh, my bad. I'll go back on mute. I'm sorry. What's up, man? Pugilist?
This motherfucker out there washing planes and shit.
But this one cat, man, he was the boxing cousin. He's the only one I was afraid of, man, because the boy was good. He was a little bit older, and didn't nobody mess with him. But truth be told, he wasn't really running around the neighborhood trying to terrorize nobody. But we always knew he was in the back lurking, on the case. And the younger brothers and cousins, they always tell, I go get Daryl, And so they get they escape the whooping that way. But when they all together, they mobbing. But one by one, they were soft, man. Not the boxer, but the rest of them. And I caught one of the cousins, man. He was acting all hard around his cousins, right? They were gonna jump me one day, and I just happened to be walking with one of my it was either an older family member, friend of the family, or a cousin of mine, but it was a female. We were walking, and I saw dude. I saw, hold up for a minute. I saw that fool, like DJ said, he had that stare, man, like, what the crap, cover me by myself, Man, I walked up to that fool, man. I said, what's all that stuff you talking about today? He had a piece of candy in his mouth that he was sucking on. And back in them days, you cherished a little piece of candy or whatever you had. You didn't want to lose it. Because we were poor like a summer gun. We were in the project, right? Man, I smacked him so hard, man. Knocked that candy all out of his mouth, man. And he was leaning on one arm. I smacked him so hard he come off that arm, fell down, hit his head against the wall. And I said, now what? He ain't had nothing to say. Little candy just rolled on off the porch into the dirt. You know what I'm saying? And I see they wanted, so I left me and my whoever I was with, and next thing you know, I see him with one of his cousins, not the boxer, but another cousin who was a brother, but he was about my age, right? And he was trying to talk stuff again this other time, and I was ready for both of them that day because I had already whooped the younger brother of the boxer before, so I knew he didn't want nothing. You know what I'm saying? But man, I was always worried about them bringing the older brother, man. You know, that's something good, man. He has skills, man. And nobody wanted, you know what I'm saying? But that's one of my close friends. We came so close, man. After I started boxing, we got closer. We see each other at boxing matches and stuff like that. But he's actually a real cool cat, man, and he wasn't even about that, you know, stuff in the streets, man. I never really heard about him fighting anybody in the streets in the hood. Never heard about it. Everybody loved him and was cool with him. But it was always that mystique because I knew he was the older brother, and his younger brothers and cousins. I always say, "I'm gonna get Daryl. I'm gonna get Daryl." You know what I'm saying? So I was afraid for nothing, really. But that's the type of mystique that family had in the hood, though.
Man, that's how my homie man had a brother named Daryl. This nigga used to want to fight at any given notice. Like if it's a nigga who people viewed as being tough or some shit, that nigga gonna fight him. That nigga go to the mall and shit. They used to have to stop leaving. Even with his brothers, man, the motherfucker got a group of brothers and he fight his brothers if like he one of these hierarchy type motherfuckers where he gotta be the most dominant type nigga. The niggas stay fighting. Even when we used to be kids, we used to go to park up there at in this notorious park in LA, Reggie Owens and shit. Even in there, he'd try to solidify himself as like the hardest motherfucker with the hands. Like he always had to be viewed as like a top tier fighter. And I think a lot of us kind of gained a lot of that shit from him. But this nigga was like crazy with it. They named Girl and shit. But no matter where you go, he gonna like even back in his younger days and shit, he kind of still like that. And he's probably like in his mid or late 40s and shit. But he always will fight a person. I don't care. You go in the mall, person look at him, he about to start some shit. A nigga walking like they hard or some shit, he about to start some shit. I see my brother DB in the chat, salute DB. But it was like it was always crazy, like seeing these cats who would try to solidify themselves as like hand gods. Like me, I've always fought motherfuckers. Like one thing, I'm never gonna turn down a fight. I gotta dislike you to want to fight you. I was never one of these cats that just can just like off the top just want to fight you like at any moment. Like I said, my little brother was like that. One of the homies. I think some people just born like that. I think some people had that shit in them as little kids, man, because one of the homies' brothers, we used to like, if it was a little kid starting some shit, or you just want we ride around the neighbor, like around the block, just for this little nigga to fight somebody. You go get him, all right, go get this little D and shit. Put a little D on the handlebars, be like, beat this nigga up right here. That nigga don't need he don't need shit. He like all the way up into he ended up losing his life, but he just wasn't ready to go as people and shit.
No way.
Yeah. He would like I've seen a lot of cats like that, but I think some people just born like that. Like they just had this think of needing to prove themselves.
They live for the drama, man. You know, that's what got them off. I had a homie in high school, man. If he just heard anything about you don't have an argument with somebody, man, Friday night after school, man, he want to catch him at the football game, or anytime they were playing basketball. Man, you can go nowhere without him starting some stuff, man. And everybody, he was one of them Debo type. Them come around, man, they knew trouble was coming with it. You know, somebody about to get hit, smacked, or jumped out or something. And this cat, man, hey, shit, man, I heard you and old boy got to argue, man, and what's that, man? You want to get that nigga, man? All right, man, it ain't even like that, bro. Now, man, we can't be going for that, man. And I don't like the nigga no way. Wait, let's find it. And then I be too scared not to find it, because I'm thinking my homie get ready to whoop me, you know what I'm saying? That nigga he was just a lighter, man. I mean, a short fuse, man. And shoot, you either go get the other nigga or you get whooped by him. So it was one of them type.
Yeah, and it's always cool where you get the ones who want to fight people rather than picking up a gun. Because we also when we got older, like when you dealing with them teenage motherfuckers, the ones who like to start shit but couldn't fight, but will be quick to want to shoot a motherfucker. It is like, I don't know, it's just crazy like watching the transition of motherfuckers through our life. Like even watching people that will come down to being known as shooters and killers and shit. Like I always respected people that were fighters and shit. I've always like to a high level of shit. I always respected motherfuckers that would fight.
Yeah, same here, Reggie. And like back in the day, like you said, and everybody keep talking about, I got a cousin like that. You know, we all probably had a phase like that. You be having that fear. You know, you want to try to prove something to yourself. You know what I'm saying? And when, like I said earlier about dominance, just straight humans want to dominate another human, but especially with men and from where we come from. So, you know, like I said, you see what my name is. So I've had a few fights myself, but to see cats now, they just can't deal with that loss side of it, Reggie. Like you said, they still are afraid and they want to prove, but you know what I'm saying? They don't want that accountability of what if I do take a L. So, you know, a lot of times you be wanting to, like you say, fight the toughest and this guy come at you or you had to defend yourself. And even if you was forced to do it, you know, you got a little respect from the brothers by just standing up and not letting nobody push you down. A lot of youngsters just don't have that now. And I never thought I'd be one of these generational guys, but yeah, with all this shooting going on, yeah, people still got that same fear, but they just ain't willing to deal with the other side.
Hey, that's a big reason I pulled back, man. The stabbing and shooting. I had a lot of homies get stabbed, shot up, man. I didn't want to be one of them cats, man. I said, shoot, let me chill out a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell you, when I got home from the joint, I had that prison mentality, man, like when I was younger, you know, and wanted, you know, just fight at the drop of a dime, you know, just because of pride and respect and things like that. But man, I couldn't have no weapon on me, and I had to realize my son's mother, she kind of pulled my coattail one day. I ain't told her that, but she pulled my coattail one day because one night me, her, and my son were together, and I'm about to get at three different cats, man. I felt like they were disrespecting. You know, I didn't play nobody being disrespectful.
Oh, you broke up?
About
You know,
to say,
your child harm people.
Cinto broke up. So we missed like half of that. But to Reggie's point, we had a guy in our hood named Rod. I'm just going, you know, for all intents, we're going to call him Rod, right? I swear his record had to be like 7-25, but everybody respected him because Rod was all of 5'5", maybe 150 pounds, but he wasn't scared to fight. He didn't care how big you were, no matter who you were, he wasn't scared to fight. Everybody grew up to respect him. No matter, he couldn't fight a lick. He was little as hell, couldn't fight a lick, but everybody respected him. Like, man, just leave Rod alone, man. You know you're going to have to kill him if you fight him, so just leave him alone, man. But everybody respected that about him, though, that he would fight. Now, as he got older, he started carrying that little 25 in his front pocket, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, as long as you fight, man, that's all that matters, man. And for some, like, fighting be the hardest thing for some people, man, because some people realize when you got to knuckle up that shit that go through your brain.
That shit used to be fun, bro.
Like, how do you deal with fear that cycle through your mind? Like, are you ready?
Hey, I had asked the homies the other day, like, y'all ever been in the middle of a fucking rumble, like 20 on 20, like a whole club, chairs, everything, and you ever stop and look around and be like, damn, this shit fun?
Hey, 817, I told you that when I first got on there. This
no,
boy
that shit ain't fun.
Because
you never had that moment.
Hey,
them rumbles ain't
no,
fun.
not when you get your ass beat. But go ahead and say Street Fighter. My bad.
Them rumbles
I was
ain't
just speaking 817. I was gonna shout out to DB too, right quick. I seen they were saying something in the chat, and 81 said he agreed. Well, I guess he thought it was Reggie, but it was me. Yeah, by taking the L in the fight. Go ahead, Reggie. My bad.
No. Go ahead. No, I was saying with that rumble shit. Them rumbles ain't fun because niggas be grabbing, especially in the club. Niggas crack open bottles to stab niggas.
That's what I'm saying. Like I know it's crazy.
About fair
I know it's crazy, but
that shit.
But you never just stop because you can't stop. But you ever just like look around where you're almost like slow mo out of body, and you're like, yo, it's just wow. It's like some WWE Royal Rumble shit. Like this is fun. You never had that moment of feeling like peace and chaos, or like fun in the midst of danger? I don't know.
Nah, that shit.
Man, I'm gonna say this with all love. I'm gonna say this with all love, man. You ain't ever been cracked upside the head with a beer bottle, have you?
Bro, I got hit in the back of my head with a bat and knocked out in front of everybody at the park.
Bro, I've been hit in the back of the head with beer bottles. I've been hit in the face with PVC pipe. Like, that shit is not fun, man.
DJ, I got hit in the head with a soda bottle. Them motherfuckers don't even crack.
Bro, I seen two bitches fighting, and the bitch hit her with a gin bottle, and it didn't break.
Yeah,
hey,
look here. Hey, what said
hit her
it took
with
the
a
words
gin
out my
bottle.
mouth.
The old Seagram's gin bottle. Bro, that's like a gin bottle and a Michelob bottle are the two worst bottles to get hit by.
Oh, Hennessy bottle ain't no joke.
And see, that's why I don't fuck with Rumbles, man. Niggas be fighting like hoes, man. Knuckle up with a motherfucker fight or get the fuck up out the way. Like, and like I say, you deal with, in this day and age, niggas be carrying knives on them. You in the midst of that shit, poked up. Niggas be quick to pull guns from out their waistband and shit. Like, hell nah. Like, I mean, we had that shit in the Army one time where these niggas tried to, we held our own.
Fact, Reggie, fact. I done seen people lead them up. You didn't realize you was bleeding until after the shit over with. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Man, them rumbles ain't fun, dog.
Yeah, no.
I've been in a few of them, man. I lost some, won some, goddamn.
Cause even in the Army, we used to rumble, but I used to feel bad. Like we whooped somebody ass bad. That shit wasn't no shit to celebrate. I never celebrated that shit. We was
I mean, after it's done, yeah, it was all fucked up. But I'm saying in the middle of the shit, when you just pop, 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 you duck on this one, you get hit over here, but he didn't drop you, so then your homie hit him, and then it's just crazy. And then y'all both get on one dude. Then you're like, that shit's, I don't know. But that's why I was younger. Now, as now at this point in my life, I don't want to be involved in none of that shit. But I'm saying when you're young, you like 16, 17. And you just get one out of the park or in the club or wherever. Because I used to be in Mexico in the clubs at 16. But either way, no matter where it was at, man, one time in San Diego, they shut down the trolley, bro. They had to hit the emergency stop so people could get off. And there was a big ass rumble on one of the cars. But that shit was like kind of fun. It was dangerous and scary, but it's like kind of fun. You know how like a roller coaster, like it's kind of scary, but it's like, yeah, here we go. Because at that point you knew that this. I'm talking about the point pre-gun. As far as pre-age in your life where there's guns, you knew it was just gonna be a good old-fashioned slobber knock.
Man, I used to be peacemaker, like breaking up shit when I know it's people ain't trying to fair fight, because I always looked at it like from, nah, y'all trying to jump a nigga because you're afraid to fight a nigga one-on-one. So I'd be like,
Reggie, tell him, Reggie.
I break this shit up because I see through it. Like when I was in junior high, I had a teacher who this nigga was psycho, but he was like a Marine from Vietnam, so he was psycho. He's a notorious teacher at Henry Clay named Colonel Spencer. And I remember one day this nigga like haymaker this motherfucker, like blindside him. And they trying to break it up. The teacher's like, nah, fuck that. And the crazy shit, and then we doing earthquake drills. So the whole school out there on the field. And it was like this tension between like blacks and Mexicans around. This is when Prop 187 was big back in the 90s in LA. So he see that shit and he's like, nah, the teacher knew what that shit was about, why this black dude did it. Nigga, he pushed teachers back, nigga made them niggas square up in the middle of motherfucking school, and that Mexican dude whooped that black dude ass. Even one of the cats in my neighborhood who I thought was gangster than motherfucker, he was like our age. And the first time I seen him fight, he tried to get off on this dude and get off a good 3-punch combination. And after that, he ain't have nothing else and got his ass beat the fuck up. But ever since we were little, we were like, first time I ever seen somebody get jumped, and how cool like niggas was bragging about that shit. Like it was 5 of y'all on one person. Like that shit ain't cool. And I'd start like breaking shit up like that. Like even to this day, I'll break shit up like that because I understand why you're trying to jump him, because you're afraid to fight this nigga one-on-one. Fighting is hard for a lot of people. Fighting is hard for a lot of fucking people.
Yeah, but sometimes it's like all those people just all want to fight you, like individually, and then they're just all there. Like, cause I got jumped a lot. Like, I used to live in Southeast San Diego, and I used to work downtown. So the bus route I had to take went through like every hood. Crip, Blood, went through the Four Corners of Death, over in Euclid, all shit, all the Bloods. So like every time I was on my way home, you feel me? It would always say, "Where you from? Where you from?" I'm not from nowhere. And then some shit cracks off. But sometimes, like, you know, I mean, as y'all know, y'all see my personality. There be times that there's just 5 dudes there at the same time that all don't like me. I don't think they scared to fight me. I think they just all want to beat my ass together, and then shit like that be happening. You feel me? But I don't know. That's a different time and place. But nowadays, in those same situations, there's definitely gonna be a gun involved in today's era.
Yeah, but you know why too? Because like back in the days, a lot of us went to the military. We had uncles, cousins. Somebody went to when you fighting locally. That's one thing. Now I went to the Corps. That was one place. When you get there, when you go to the boot, it's only like 1 or 2 places. If you on the East Coast, it's Paris Island. I'm not sure where it is on the West Coast. But you get all these people coming from all these different places. You might have been the shit where you was from, but you get in there, that's a whole different thing, and they're gonna force you to fight every week, depending on your MOS. And at some point, you're going to be trained to fight every week. So you're going to take some ass, you're going to give some ass whoopings, you're going to take some hellified ass whoopings. But it's a humbling experience to know that, everybody that should be playing whatever professional sports or looking like what you think they look like pro athletes, and you got to go up against them, is completely different. And then it depends because the matchmakers are the people that you probably pissed off. So the matchmaker might be your sergeant, the matchmaker might be your drill instructor, whoever the hell is in charge of you at that moment, that's going to be your matchmaker. He can't put hands on you, but he can set your ass up to get you set up for a bad situation for you to take the L. And you're going to take it, and you're going to wear it, and you're going to get some, and you're going to take some, and it's all right because at the end of it, it's just a fight. And you learn from it, and you move on. But it brings your ego down because when you between like 16 and your mid 20s, that ego is a little bit too high. You got to bring that down. That gets you in a lot of trouble with that fucking ego shit.
No, that's a fact.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Hey, 817.
Yeah.
I think 817 in the background.
That actually got me in trouble at home because I'm not gonna lie. The very first time I ever got jumped, my dad could never whip me again after that point in time. I was like, what the fuck is a spanking with a belt or a paddle? I just got jumped by like 5 Samoans today. Because I grew up in San Diego, a lot of Samoans, a lot of Usos. So I had a lot of dudes I was cool with, but I also got fights with a lot of Samoans. I done lost more than enough of those. But I was like the only person that was non-Samoan fighting Samoans in middle school and freshman year of high school and shit. So whatever. It's whatever, but...
It makes you run your mouth a lot when you in high school, weren't you?
I'm about to say, I've been making
it's worse than it is now.
But no,
I used to battle rap back then, bro. Like I used to crazy.
Two things for sure that'll get you some fights by multiple people consistently. Ego and a fly mouth. They get you every time.
Samoans people who ain't gonna one-on-one fight you.
Nah, never.
One-on-one.
That's what I'm saying. I got knocked out in front of the whole school because I was a one-on-one fight and I got side busted by his cousin. I woke up thinking I lost the old boy, but I thought it was gonna be bad for me because I had to go to school the next day. But everyone was kind of like, gave me a pass on it. So I was like, all right, cool.
Yeah, you gonna fight a Samoan, you better have your boys with you because they don't fight you one-on-one.
Because you go into prison with the wrong attitude, man, it ain't gonna go good for you during your prison stay. I don't care who you are. Unless you got homies up in there that's got hell of a heart and they're gonna look out for you the whole time. That's one thing. Them cats out of DC, they mob like that, man. They all mob together, man. But one-on-one, they ain't all that, bro. I'm telling you, that's a known factor out the federal system. I don't know if it's changed since I was in there, but I'm just telling you, man. That's one thing I ain't never done. I ain't never wrote a ticket that I couldn't cash, bro.
Well, what's up? Salute to everybody, man. Salute to all the kids up there, man. What's happening, fella? Hey, what's a trip? Y'all talking about these cats in the street and how they get down. Say, Centos, I can speak from experience and you can too. When you see them jokers slide in that boy though, when you see that bus pull in, you feel what I'm saying? And them niggas get out that bus and look at that yard and see what they see. And then when you get in that cage that first time, say all that gangster shit go to the side. You see who's who and who's what. And what's when you green, when you new, you don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But you see them.
You and everybody else will find out who you really are.
Hell, you mean it gonna find out quick what you standing on and what kind of person you is. So all that flaw shit and all that shit that these cats be out here with, man, they really don't want to see that shit, man. That's some whole different shit. And I'm gonna tell you something else too. It's all about respect. You know, motherfuckers get away with this, boy. Motherfuckers, man, hey, motherfuckers get away with disrespect in the world like it ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause you know, motherfuckers so comfortable being behind these computers and being protected by whatever it is, shit at work, you know what I'm saying? Rules and regulations and all that shit. You did? Motherfucker lose their freedom and going there. Hey, I tell you what, you get a newfound respect for men, for another man, I tell me real quick.
Absolutely, man. I'll tell you, and I'm gonna tell you real quick. I'm one of them cats, man. If we cool, we cool. But I ain't gonna back down from nobody, man. Gotta say, I ain't gonna oversay it because it ain't necessary. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna let you know where I'm at with all everything. And if we fight, we fight. That's just the way it was. But the same, ain't no you go one side of town and hide.
You cutting in and out, Santos. I got beat up over a girl. I got beat up over a girl. Anybody get beat up, you know what I'm saying, over a girl, trying to holler at a girl or something, or get caught up with somebody girl?
Hell no.
Nah, I got
ain't fight on girls. You can have.
All right, so check it out, y'all. I'm in the 6th grade. I'm in the 6th grade going to the I'm in the 7th grade.
You ain't alone on that. You ain't alone on that. I didn't know she had a boyfriend, dog. I didn't know she had a boyfriend, so old boy stole off on me. You talking about, bitch? Whoa. I didn't even know she had a boyfriend, Jack.
Oh, no,
so we fighting now, so here we go.
Oh, no, fam. Check it out. Tashima was the prettiest black girl in school. You hear me? She was in the 8th grade. I'm at the 7th and 8th grade. So she in the 8th grade. I'm in the 7th grade. But she feeling me. But she got a boyfriend, man, say Oliver had failed twice. This nigga supposed to be in the 10th grade. He's slow. He's still in 8th grade. But Tashima, his girlfriend.
So that nigga could fight.
Say that big ass nigga could fight, bruh. And I fucked around and I'm holding her hand and shit in the auditorium and shit. You know, the lights dark in there. It's we having some like a play or something. So I done chopped it up with her, shot the note and shit. Everything going good. We holding hands and shit. Somebody seen us holding hands walking out the auditorium. So they snitched. They went back and told this nigga. The nigga was waiting for me outside to catch the bus. But your campus monitors and shit, they seen what the play was, so they stopped it. So I'm like, phew, you know what I'm saying? So I'm going to get on the bus. They holding it back. He talking about, I'm gonna see your ass tomorrow when you come to school. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm at the fight. So I can't go home and tell my T Jones because my mama gonna come up there and drop a bomb at the school. You feel what I'm saying? I'm gonna be embarrassed any motherfucking way. But I'm truly scared. Like, this nigga's supposed to be in the 10th grade. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then, you get all the stories from everybody else too who's scared of them too. You did? So damn, I got to go to school the next day. Ain't no skipping. My mama gonna beat my ass. Bruh, I go to school the next day. And bruh, the closer I get to the campus, the most scared the motherfucker is. I get on the campus and I'm looking around and I don't see him. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, oh shit. So I go into school and shit, everybody in the hallway chilling and shit. And I don't see him. It ain't like he waiting in the hallway or nothing. So I'm like, shit, I might be good. Soon as I go to stroll past the office, he in the office. And you know how the teachers got that little flip thing where they can go behind the desk. He behind the desk and the teachers and the counselors and shit talking to him. Man, that motherfucker turned around and seen me, bro. I wasn't moving fast enough. I seen him and got shot, got spooked with my punk ass. I got spooked when I see this nigga. Man, during headlights, I'm moving slow. If I would have just moved on, maybe they'd have been able to grab his motherfucking ass. I'd have got to my classroom. You know what I'm saying? Crisis averted. Hell no, I'm looking at him. He felt me looking at him. I guess he seen the teachers and shit looking at me too, like, boy, keep going, keep going. Man, that motherfucker turned around and seen me, man. He flipped that thing up. All I remember is seeing that thing flip up. I say, oh, shit. Bruh, he come out there, Joe, on my ass, hit me with a 2-piece. Quick, I'm talking. Bleep, bleep, hit me with a 2-piece. Knocked me into the lockers. I'm like, oh, shit. So I'm trying to throw my backpack off. He steal me again. Blah. So I dropped down, you know what I'm saying? I did one of them Floyds, you know, when motherfucking me Mosley hit him. I dropped down and he knocked me out and I woke up before I hit the goddamn ground. So I stood back up. So by this time I stood back up, I got my shit off. So I get off a good 2 or 3. La la la. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. So he backed the fuck up. And it's like it made him mad. The motherfucker did that goddamn, what was that hop on Mike Tyson or whatever? Looked like he did the hop. Man, hopped around me, hit me in the ribs with some shit, bro. And I just grabbed him, you know what I'm saying, and went to punch him. Bro, that nigga pummeled me into the lockers, bro. I mean, when they got him off me, I was up under the water fountain and the lockers. You know what I'm saying?
So my question is, everybody who grew up in the hood, right? Has anybody ever ran into the nigga with 2 names? Everybody has a nigga in the hood with 2 names, and if you know this, every nigga with 2 names can fight. I'm talking about a Mike, a JoJo. I know Kyle had a homie named Ron. Every nigga with 2 names I ever met could fight. My guy was Mike, right? Mike beat my ass all over that Boys and Girls. Mike beat my ass all over that Boys and Girls Club, bro. I was so embarrassed. But look, he beat me so bad, bro. I didn't want to go back the next day. Bro, I didn't want to go back the next day. My grandma was like, you better fight him till you win. So the next day, I go back, I see him in there. Yeah, what's up, little nigga? Now, Mike was like 3 years older than me, right? And at that time, I was just afraid of guys who were older than me. I'm probably about 11, 12, Mike like 15, right? So I was like, I bet. I grabbed one of them pool balls, because we had a pool table in the Boys and Girls Club. I grabbed one of them pool balls and threw it at his ass and hit him, and his shit started leaking. Wasn't no fight. They just, oh, no, what are you doing? What you doing? It was over with. Y'all already fought, Like, nah, my grandma said I had to come back and fight him. Man, they done called the police up there, got my grandmama up there. Did you tell him to do this? Did you tell him? Well, the boy jumped on him yesterday, so I told him he better not come home today if he didn't fight him again. So, yeah, man, that shit ended bad. But that was one of the first ass whoopings I took. After I got to high school and got on them weights, I didn't get in too many fights after that in high school.
But our times was different too. Our folks could tell us some shit like that and expect for us to still come home. You feel what I'm saying? You can't tell your child that shit today.
Yeah, the moms.
Oh, hell no, they going to jail. They going to jail today.
Yeah, them parents in the 80s and play that being picked on and come because they knew that shit. They come from hard times where they fought. And you let motherfucker pick on you, you're going to be dealt with being that person's bitch. But nigga, in elementary, when I was in elementary and fucking junior high, them girls was vicious. Nigga, I did not want to fight with no girl. Them girls used to try, girls is lightweight, slightly bigger than dudes and shit. Now I done seen many homies.
They done matured faster.
I done seen homies get dug the fuck out by girls.
You ain't lying. And you know what? The girls always felt like they could go further too. Because, they felt like, hey, if a boy put his hands on you, you just, you know what I'm saying? So you might just be play hitting her or something, and the girl go slap off on your motherfucking ass. Yeah, he ain't lying.
Man, I see.
We had a girl named Peter, bro. She was strong as an ox, dog. She could, to this day, I think she can still rumble with any dude, bro. Back wide than the motherfucker. I mean, wide hips, big legs. Like, he was fine, but she could fight, dog. She could fight, and she did not mind squaring up with a dude. And especially when we was in elementary and middle school, when she started maturing faster and shit. Oh, man. Keita was hellacious, man. I stayed away from her.
Man, I remember the homie get beat up, nigga, in junior high, nigga, at Henry Clay like a gladiator, junior high. Man, the homie, it was, I'll never forget, because it was 3 of us named Reginald in elementary, but we get to junior high, the homie Reginald Smith. Man, he got the pop because Reginald Smith used to always fucking fight and could fight, man. So when he was about to fight this girl, you know how everybody crowd around the damn fights and shit. Man, this girl got off on him and never let up. Man, this nigga against the locker rooms, and she punching him, his head hitting that shit. She dropped this nigga on his ass, man. That nigga was embarrassed. I think even that, you got the mystique of being a fighter. That shit was dead. But then it was like, them girls is beating the niggas up, especially in LA. Man, this is like them girls, even at this age, because they mamas and aunties used to fight, where the girls would pull out the earring, they carry shoes, fucking would use that Vaseline shit. Don't let 2 girls fight, it'd be over with. Nigga, I remember the time, nigga, I had to fight this girl, nigga, I was terrified, nigga. I think I'm in the 3rd or 4th grade. Like I said, I used to always tell jokes and shit. But this same girl beat my homie up. She was like a heavy set chick too, but like a healthy. She wasn't like one of them obese. She was a healthy, thick bone little chick. We in fucking like the 3rd or 4th grade, but she was known for beating niggas up. She beat my homeboy bad. So niggas. But look, I'm saying this joke.
I can't hold it in, be real. Go ahead.
That niggas say she known for beating up niggas. Man. The niggas around the block sitting like, say, fool, she beat you up? Yep, she beat me up too.
Nigga, if this boy ain't laying down the picture right now, narrating that story, bro, I see the movie. I see Reggie hitting the corner too. I see it in my mind.
Look, this how terrified she had me. Look, she known for crushing the homies, man, like these niggas up. But look, I say this joke in class and everybody laughing. And then she get mad. Now, you know how you used to punch your fist, like when first about to beat your ass, and they in class and then she up there punching her fist like into her palm, like and she pointing at me. She pointing at me, so I'm like, oh,
you know what she gonna give you.
Nigga, I'm 3 o'clock by the flagpole, Reggie.
Yeah, hey, look. Give it to you. But look, this how terrified and how much of a bitch I was on this point, man. So she doing this shit. She kept doing it for a minute, and I'm not trying to make her mad, and I keep looking at that clock. So we got like a couple of hours and shit to go. We probably got like 2 hours, and I'm hoping she forget. Nigga, every time I look up, it's getting closer to fucking end of school. She do that palm punching shit. But look, I'm already planning the time. I got my bag, my pencils in my bag, my folder in my bag. That shit zip.
Wait, Reg, you say she doing what? That palm punching shit?
Yeah, like and then she point. Look, and then she point at me. And I'm like, oh shit, nigga, I'm sweating, nigga. So look, my little brother going to school, so I stood like when I leave, I gotta go to the side they let the younger kids out on. So like when that bell ring, like I said, I got all my shit packed. Her shit ain't packed. Nigga, a lot of kids shit ain't packed. I'm looking at the time. My shit in my backpack, zipped up. So when that bell ring, I'm out. Boom, nigga. I'm gone, nigga. So I'm up there hiding. So fucking I go around. I gotta wait for them to let my brother out because he in the younger grade. So fucking he ain't got it in his mind to hurry up. Like I'm trying to get out of there.
Hurry up, nigga.
Yeah. So I guess some of these old instigating ass motherfuckers knew I used to wait for my brother. They bring this girl around there. So she on me, like I got my bag on. I'm scared, like I don't want to fight you. I'm sorry. Like I'm saying,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like I was just joking. You saying, doing this shit. Then here come the whole motherfucking crowd around. They want to see a fight. Ooh. So people pushing my arm up like I'm hit. Ooh, he hit you and all this shit. Man, this girl, get off on me. Do. Now I'm forced to fight, man. I put my bag down, man, got on this big girl ass. I beat the shit out this girl. Fucking, she come to school the next day with a black eye and shit, man. My motherfucking, but she stopped fucking with me. But nigga, I was terrified. There's girls, a couple of girls through elementary, junior high that would beat motherfuckers' ass. But I was lucky to get off. But I was so terrified, I thought this girl was gonna knock me the fuck out. Like I just think I just flung up on her ass out of fear and shit. But that was my crazy ass story with a girl who was mashing it.
The reason why I'm laughing too, Ray, is because like some of the like I told you, I raised by women, trained by men. The women in my family on a taller side, so the two, like, well, the three toughest women I know is my mom, my wife, and my sister, bro. Like my mom, her nickname Amazon. And like when I was young, she knocked a woman out of her shoes before. Like she hit her with a nice one, and the lady's shoes were still there, and she came out of them. Like
sound like my Vader. Yeah.
And then I seen her, like she also pieced the dude up, and he went out of a window, like at a crib. So my mom was nice with it. You know, she didn't hit me with the showstopper, like I told you before, hit you in the stomach, and she got boys too. So she had all of us right. And my sister, she, like my mom, they both at least 6 foot, 6'1". And my sister, she just strong as hell, bro. Like even when we was young, you know, I learned that I can take a lick from messing with my sister. And I mean, even my homeboys knew, like if you ran my sister hot, if she like took off running at you, and man, you better make a move, bro, because she hit hard, like that. That Mike Tyson natural strength. And my wife, she you know, she pretty strong, but she 5'11" too, and she just the youngest of all boys. So when I say she got hands, bro, like no joke, like no joke. I'm not like trying to brag on her, nothing like that. She got bullied a lot. Like the youngest that's close to her is like 10 years, so she the baby. So when I say like I'm one of the oldest in mine and she one of the youngest, that's why we click kind of good. But I've seen her take off, and she got such a reputation where we from. I mean, she ain't like that now no more. But I'm talking about like dudes. Like guys went up, and I jokingly said when I first got on here, she would always tell people her hands is bisexual. She'll let you know straight off the muscle. And I done seen her stand up with men. So when y'all talking about women that can throw down, because I know it hurts your pride, you know what I'm saying? But I'm going to let you know, I know what you mean, because these women here are fierce. And I always say that. They don't mind me talking about it, because now they all change, especially my mom. See, I didn't know my mom was that big. You know, we all just kids. But when my mom was around other women, I started seeing my mom was taller than most of the women and how they act with her. You feel me? My mama was always dignified, but later on, they was like, yeah, your mama was such and such. You know how people talk, and you like, oh, okay. Yeah, your mama snatched such. Oh, okay. So to hear him talk about them girls, my mama had that reputation, and my dad said that. He's like, at times he would even play with it. He's like, man, I wouldn't play with Amazon. That's like I said, a nickname. He said, I wouldn't play with her like that because she was known for knocking niggas out in the neighborhood. So when you said that, Reggie, that's why I was laughing. I'm going to jump back off my bad.
My auntie told me quick. You know, I had a conversation when I was like 13, and, you know, I was young, dumb, had my chauvinistic ass views, and I was talking about, you know, she had taught me how to play basketball, actually taught me how to shoot, all that old shit. And on the cool, we was talking about fighting, and I was telling her women can't fight and they can't do this and can't do that. And she said, throw a jab, you know what I'm saying? And I threw a jab or whatever. And she said, now I'm going to throw a jab, right? And so I turned and I looked at her and I'm like, man, you know what I'm saying? Bro, she split my motherfucking lip. Blah. Quick. I'm talking about quick. Split my motherfucking lip. I'm grabbing my lip and shit. She said, now don't tell me what a woman can't do.
Man, I see that even with my kids. My little daughter is a motherfucker, man. She a motherfucker. She like rough with this shit. And it'd be like, take me back to like when we were a kid, like how them girls were, especially girls with brothers and boy cousins, and they learn how to fight. Like you see these girls who don't fight like girls. They don't do none of that scratching shit. They're going to put knuckles on you. No. And them girls is big. Even when I went to Chicago, man, I'll never forget, man, it was this girl in Chicago. Matter of fact, it was two of them. One was, this is the first time I ever met Haitians and shit. This Haitian girl was wild than a motherfucking. I think she liked me, but once again, she reminded me of them girls. Like, I was scared of this chick. But then we had this other girl, she's called herself Baby Shaq. This one, Shaq was like a big thing coming into the league. And she was like kind of big for a girl, but she used to move her weight. She used to punk niggas. Punk them. Like a lot of these girls who like really commanded respect, not just being, they can be like, you had them girls who be like, I get my brother up here because they got a brother who may got a rep as a gangster. But some of these girls wouldn't do none of that shit. They held it on their own. You say some sideways shit to them, you gonna fight. Wasn't no calling no girl a bitch back there if you wasn't ready your ass.
Y'all out there on that West, the vibe is different with the ladies. You feel me? Because so many of the homies gang bang, or you know what I'm saying, was part of gang activity, was born into gang activity. So the women, I mean, the way the way it's portrayed to us. You know what I'm saying? I put it like that. Because I ain't never really been out west except for like Vegas and shit. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really, I fucked around in San Diego that one little weekend or whatever. I ain't really been to LA and shit like that. But the way it sounds is like two type of women in that motherfucker. It's either that pretty, you know what I'm saying, the pretty one, or like a bitch that'll beat your ass down with the set, some shit like that.
Yeah,
you know, am I right?
Heart play with. You get a woman who don't want her heart play with a woman. That's why even when I used to be on my fuck around with a lot of girls and shit, I always kept it real. I was like, one thing I ain't gonna do is play with a woman's heart. A woman will fuck you up. You do that shit with her. And I always respected that shit.
I don't know. I just think it's kind of, I mean, I think the women down south, they respond in a different way. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be some fuck you, break some shit, get the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? Some shit like that. Drama shit, drama, baby mama drama with your kids and shit. But it sounds like the women out west are like a bitch out in the shy. She gonna shoot your motherfucking ass. She catch you cheating on her. You feel what I'm saying? Like blow your top off and then go back to the hood and type shit. You did.
These girls will fuck everything you got up. Like everything.
That shit crazy. Nah, I don't need nothing out there on the west. Hell no, I'm good where I'm at.
That's why I was finna say my mom's, you know, she kind of straddled that because she was raised out there. So my family, that's why I was telling you, Reggie got family that was out in South Central and in Watts. And my grandfather, he passed during the riots. And that was my mom's dad. You know what I mean? She always tell a story about her holding his hand and all the stuff that went on at that time. But yeah, she was out there. And being from Texas too, you know, my grandmother too had went out there to do some work. So that's another way she ran into my grandpa. But he was they said he was a tuna fisherman over there. So he's a tough old man.
But I mean, you know what I'm talking about in shape. You know.
Oh yeah, that's why I said. That's why I was telling you about my tea lady. She would be back and forth. I even think I told her one time she used to kind of hustle, do a little something.
Mm-hmm.
My moms don't mind. Like I said, I can talk about her stuff now because she, you know, she's super dignified now, but she ain't never really was like. But the thing is, and being 6 foot like she is too, she knew men would always try her too. She said that's the side of it about how some men would just be because of her stature. Yeah, I mean,
I ain't never really just had no fight with no girl. You know what I'm saying? Just me. And I think it was by nature of the way I was raised. You know what I'm saying? Most of the men in my family was in the street. You know, like I mean, my old man was around for the first like maybe 8-9 years. You dig what I'm saying? And I mean, most of that was like going to work and coming home. You know, it was mostly the women in my family that I was around. You know what I'm saying? Most of the men in my family was doing time or on some extra shit.
That's why I said I seen them fight. They want to say me because that's who I was with. That's why when I said earlier they raised me, but the men would be here in their training. You know, they be
right.
Like you said, I don't want to make it always bad because we had educated men getting in and out of jail. You know how the hood is. It's a little bit of everything. You don't always want to just paint it like it was just always them, but it's stuff then that when I started getting older and realized my normal wasn't normal. You feel me? Like, because it just kind of go down in the hood. Sometimes you wake up in the middle of the night in the projects and you hear bottles
going down.
Yeah, right. And you walk outside, some woman arguing with her man, and he drunk, he talking trash and whatever, and then all of a sudden you see him get a little rowdy, and she weave him and hit him with a jab. You like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Like, she ain't like, oh my God, no, she can fight, and they known for this and this and that. So I saw the women do that too, like you said. They really will, just from being, like, I guess, born and bred like they weren't afraid. That's why I was telling you about my baby. Her name is Miss Street Fight. I put it on there because that's one of the ways I kind of met her back in the Gap. And to look at her, you know, she nice, she friendly and everything like that. But she said one of the reasons why it happened is like her brother would ragdoll her, you know, get mad because he had to watch her, you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. Or the boys, she would have to be with the boys because the babysitter was here. Her sister's at least 10 years older than her. So she said a lot of times she was just a target. So when she realized she can just take a lick, she just started standing up for herself. She was like, it felt worse to be afraid than to actually just stand there and fight them. And after that, she started being a little cousin that was toughening up all the little boys. She tell them stories all the time about her little boy cousins getting in fights and crying, and she got to go out to the park with them. You know what I'm saying? Even one of the ones I had met when we first got married, he damn near my size and everything, just to see how, when she would say stuff, how his face would be, how she commanded that. And he told me the truth. He was like, man, I ain't gonna lie, you know. She used to fold me up when I was young. He said, she the one that taught me how to fight. So I was like, man, that's what's up, because that's the same thing on my side. She didn't want to fight all the time, but she said some guys, too, would be used to fighting women, and then you just picked the wrong one today, partner. You know what I'm saying?
Unfortunately, by virtue of situations, you know, a lot of us have those stories, you know what I'm saying, where we can refer to women teaching us how to be strong. And that's, hey man, that's another reason why it's big that, you know, even though we go back and forth, you know what I'm saying, with different bullshit and disagree about shit, it's always a symbol of strength to me when I come on this motherfucker and I see 6 or 7 of us on this motherfucker sharing shit back and forth. You know what I'm saying? Because on the cool, if my old man would have had some shit like this, or partners of my old man would have had some shit like this, maybe a lot of us would have came up with more fathers in the home. You know what I'm saying? Because they'd have had other men to hold them accountable, share shit with, you know what I'm saying, and be vulnerable with. Think about it. A couple of us been up here talking about getting our ass whooped before. You know what I'm saying? And not being afraid to voice it. Think about it. And I can say that to y'all, you know, motherfuckers I've been with 25 years. If I say it to them, I can't talk to them as frank. You know what I'm saying? So there's a vulnerability here. You know what I'm saying? But it's also motherfuckers growing from it. This is all shit we was able to live and grow from. The shit that these niggas into today, you know what I'm saying? A lot of them ain't living and growing from it, man. They ain't getting the opportunity.
Yeah, I told my baby that, one of my youngest, that it really do depress me. Like, we always have this stuff where we are seen killing each other, but a lot of these little young rappers, besides trying to even judge them or whatever, it's just like, damn, bro, it just seemed like it's on an accelerated pace, you know, every week, to where you ain't even got enough time to realize who the young man is, because he hadn't even been out that long. He hit locally, and you know, you just start seeing that. It's like, damn, bro, like what's really going on? Besides crying about it, I told y'all back away from stuff and just try to take a break, because it just seemed like it's ongoing. Like I tell boxing conversation with Reggie Owens, sometimes I have to just back away from Reggie, because Reggie will make you laugh, make you angry, and make
you say,
you know what I'm saying?
Woo, I was just gonna say that Reggie should be so fire, man. Sometimes, you know, you have to just really, you know what I'm saying, get away from it. You know, because on the cool, he gonna touch everything. Like one time I went through there, and I think he had an article that showed this man, you know, beating the shit out of his old lady, snatched out the car, and rest in peace to that lady soul, the shit that he did to her. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, it's things that everybody needs to be aware of. You know what I'm saying? The sickness, the evil, the mental health. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of these kids are being afflicted by parents who got these issues and they ain't been diagnosed and shit, and they growing up in hatred and shit like that. So yeah, Mex, you know, it's fun afterwards, you know, after you get into some little scraps and everybody just got some nicks and bruises and got stories to tell. But this shit done accelerated. That shit ain't fun no more.
But it's not even the kids no more. Look, I work in a corporate environment where I have to be like the mediator between employees and management. And it ranged from 20-year-olds all the way up to 50-year-olds. When they come in the office and they have to be dealing with discipline, they turn into little kids where they can't communicate. They can't handle the discipline. They can't communicate their aggression. So these are the people that's supposed to be pouring back into these 20-year-olds and these 18-year-olds. And I mean, I'd have been in the office with a grown man and he'd have cried because they'd have threatened to fire him. Sat down in the corner and cried.
Yep.
Hey, so it's not. You're talking about emotional maturity. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not just. See, we always focus on these 18-year-olds, but who gonna teach them? Because these same immature people are not. They're not equipped themselves. So it's impossible for them to lay the groundwork to teach anybody any of that. And then what they do, because they're not equipped, they try to dog the people out that are equipped. They try to make up these little stupid ass catchphrases and all this foolishness. And then when they get out here in this world, they get their ass dog walked. They don't know what to do because it's a trap. If you can't communicate out here, your ass is in trouble. Right. You going to jail or you going dead, one or the other.
You gonna be broke. and you're gonna be broke.
Well, now you're not even gonna make it that far. You going to jail. You either gonna go to jail or you gonna get dead. One or the other. If you can't communicate, your ass got a problem because you can't handle your aggression. You can't handle situations. And when you go on these jobs, these people is constantly jugging at you. When you get your own business, certain vendors gonna try you. When you go to a restaurant, people gonna try you. So if you can't communicate, you got a serious problem, and it's multifaceted. So I think it's not we be laying his feet at the young folks, but we have a lot to do with that because I'm telling you, I sit here and I watch these dudes. Motherfuckers older than me can't talk.
You ain't lying. I told you I went to school with a motherfucker who super glued his tongue to the roof of his mouth, and this motherfucker got kids now. He can vote. You know what I'm saying? He a gun owner. You know. And I mean, when you sit back and think about it again, think about the motherfuckers you was in class with. Think about the issues that they had then that you know about. You feel what I'm saying? They got a whole host of them now because, you know, we was raised in a generation of what? What happens in your house stays in your house. So
I told you, people think you weird not being private, 817. You know, people think that like privacy is like, I tell them all the time, like you hiding something or you doing something. And it's always funny when they try to switch it around and be like, well, why you don't let people? I'm like, what you mean, why I don't let people? I say, why exactly do you feel like a perfect stranger needs to know anything about me? I say, what happened to you just coming up and speaking to me? I say, and why are we already talking about I need to divulge something to you? Because I really don't know you. You know, your intention is clear. You know what I'm saying? And when you call people out on that, it's like they get upset. That's one reason why I say I know about the social media. You can go look and you don't have to interact with people. You can kind of get into people's lives without that. I think that's another side of it. And Pittsburgh, right. I wasn't just saying like with the youngsters in themselves, but he's right about when he said that emotional maturity, because when me and Baby got together at first, she was saying he's even weird. And we knew each other. She said how I wouldn't get upset, you know, grew up, knew me about certain stuff. And she felt like you kind of soft now. But then later on, she starts to understand the intellectual and intelligent side to it. You know, realizing that, oh, I did say something to this individual, but it took them a little while to catch on to what I said. That's why they came back and they were upset. But it went over your head too, because you're used to somebody just being aggressive. Mm-hmm. You're used to somebody being able to be turned on and off. Like, I feel like I need to prove to this person and you while we at the table that you can't disrespect me. But that's not really what's going on. I really feel insecure. And I feel like I need to do something to get out of this insecurity. But once I started understanding myself, and I understand your motivations, that's when I start pitying you, because you don't talk about what don't bother you. So whenever
ain't that what happened here? Ain't that what happened here in Shape? A lot of times we see it all the time. A motherfucker's inability to communicate, along with the lack of facts and mental exhaustion, causes nothing but aggression.
Personal. And I tell them all the time, I don't really have a feeling like you think, and it's gonna come across as arrogant. But when you get to know yourself, you're gonna understand what I'm saying. You don't need to be so tied up into every last single confrontation. You know, that's what happened with us. You get burnt out being a black man. When we were talking about the fights growing up and the situations where a lot of times we just, you don't know how to deal with nothing. So it's always going to be what? It's going to be violence. That's just being animals. You see it in every part of the animal kingdom. Eventually somebody or something going to be fighting. But we have the skills to be able to communicate. And when you can't, like we say, that's what happens. You feel embarrassed. A lot of our folks get frustrated and angry and can't get their words together. So they just fly off the handle. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times if you can just get it out first, and at least we get people to understand you, you know what I mean? It'll help you deal with yours. But when you keep feeling inadequate all the time, you keep feeling insecure all the time, that's the one that want to fight everybody on the park all the time. Maybe I can physically fight this feeling I'm having. Everybody think I'm the man. But in reality, every time I go home, man, I'm really scared. My daddy gonna probably whoop my ass, or I ain't got no water turn. You know, it's something going on when I said that. I don't make excuses for every bully, but we all know a lot of times later on, if that person is allowed to get older and you get older and y'all talk, they'll tell you, man, I was
going through some shit.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
you know what? We lost another brother in the hood.
That. But they can't fight like that no more, because I don't know about where you guys are, but down here they have a lot of school resource officers at these schools, from middle school to high school, where they got police officers there and they're arresting these kids, and then they're letting them go, but they're putting them on papers. They're putting them on probation. So a fight ain't a fight no more. It's a lot of traps out here for these young folks now when it comes to not knowing how to control your anger. you will be set up from the day from when you hit your door to when you come back, between not knowing how to deal with anger, between the police, between your jobs, between just people in general. If you do not know how to control anger, you're going to be in trouble, because a lot of this stuff is traps. And like we get older, we get wiser, we know how to avoid them. But when you're younger, you just run right into it, and you don't even know. It's like running into a spider web. You just freak the hell out. You don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, the consequences are different now. We got into a scrap. You might have got suspended for a week, some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Not no more. They done made it to where they delving into your parents' lives and shit. Yeah, man. Probation.
They put them on probation. Probation down here, probation. For a couple
you know
years
why?
behind
Because
the
they
fight.
want to indoctrinate. They want to indoctrinate your ass early with the systematic shit. They doing it with school anyway, and getting your attention and controlling mass crowds with bells and all that other shit, and the pledge and all that other shit, taking away your individualism, getting you to learn the mind shit and become an employee. Man, at the end of the day, like you say, it goes back to the parents, man. It goes back to them having a focused goal in them 9 months when they decide to bring a child into the world, to keep that same motherfucking focus. You know, I told my partner, man, it was important to me, right? When I became a young adult and all my partners and shit was having kids and shit. And I would tell them, you know, the few times that I was there, you know, when the baby was born, that same joy and shit, the first time you held them and all them promises and shit you looked at them with, that same fervor and energy, when the shit get tough, it's got to be there. It was there for my Jones, bro. Thank God. You know what I'm saying? One out of the two chose. You did. But a lot of these motherfuckers that don't know how to fight or whatever, they never seen nobody fight before, whether it was for them or in life.
But it's a different fight though, man. So we've evolved. Like the fight is different. It's more mental than physical, right? So I mean, the physical fights, you're not gonna get. Most of us have far between how many fights we actually went into, unless we were in the military and that was your profession. And those folks, like I was in that's not nothing to talk about, because that's a whole different category. So your physical fights are far in between. But the mental ones, when you go to work and somebody will rather you swing on them and let you hit them to get you fired, or you go on walking your dog and somebody running up on you asking what you're doing here, or mistreatment at different places. Those are more mental fights that we have to be prepared and prepare our kids for, because those are the ones that get us in a lot of trouble and a lot of different situations that we find ourselves in that we should be able to handle. That shouldn't be a situation, but it becomes a situation because of our reaction to it, and we just caught off guard by it. We weren't prepared for it.
Like you say, I think it's you know, it's damn near, like you said, like brother said earlier, it's damn near a mental exhaustion as a black man. You know what I'm saying? When you get damn near to your 20s, man. If you can make it to your 20s as a black man, all the shit that that you've been indoctrinated to, you know, that you had to go through or whatever, even to get to that point, and then to try to be successful from that point, I see why a lot of brothers snap. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna make no excuses for them, but I'm gonna tell you, a lot of time freedom gave me a time to look back and see, man, fuck around and on your off day, on your off day, or a day that you take off, fuck around and pay attention to traffic and how people moving. You know what I'm saying? During them busy times or during a lunch hour. Hell, you mean people would kill you trying to get to a fast food place, get something to eat, and get back to their desk on time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The humanity. I say it all the time, man. We losing a fervor for humanity. You know, the more and more shit we get, the less and less we give a fuck about each other, man. And even like Mick said, you know, that type of spirit, that type of attitude, it's been multiplied now.
Well, look at the millionaires. They like at some point within the last 10 years, it came cool for somebody to get some money and go on social media and show you all their shit they got because you bought their stuff, and not to contribute not one nickel toward the neighborhood unless it's like a toy drive or some shit. But to keep flossing and showing you all this shit and bragging at you. And these niggas was doing it during the damn pandemic when people ain't working. That's how tone deaf and ignorant these people is. and how they just don't give a fuck about, like you're saying, they don't give a fuck about humanity. They just care about themselves. They selfish as fuck. That whole sentiment has just poured into this younger generation where it's just about getting theirs. And when you do that, you don't build anything up because there's no foundation you're standing on. It's just you and you alone. There ain't nothing else there. Look at I don't know if y'all know this, but Tiger Woods, me and Cinto was talking about this. Tiger Woods, they got a new golf league that's trying to compete with the PGA. It's the Saudis is running that. You remember that reporter that got killed where they chopped his ass up and threw him in a suitcase?
Jamal Khashoggi. Yeah.
Right. Well, okay. Well, that particular Saudi prince is running a golf league called LIV, L-I-V.
Right.
That golf league got like Phil Mickelson, all these ex golfers.
Yep.
And like the ones that are still currently playing, paying them crazy money where they don't have to go to the PGA to compete. Right. They offered Tiger Woods $1 billion. And he told them no.
Right.
Because he felt like he'd have damaged the PGA and it wasn't good for the young people behind him.
Right.
Some people still stand on stuff. We don't have many of them, and you don't really even hear much about their story. But some people stand on some stuff, and they still got some kind of principalities, some kind of morality behind them. See, most people just
the ones who actually join. They ain't gonna talk about the ones who, I know what you're talking
about. Yeah, you just gonna hear about everybody who joined, who getting the crazy money, but you ain't gonna hear about. And that's what. And that $1 billion ain't nothing to them over there. No. So if he probably turned down way more than that. I would imagine they probably just handed him his piece of paper and told him to write down whatever the hell he want. Because them people over there got like. They had a public offering last year rather. It's called Aramco, which is the oil company over there. Mm-hmm. I think they took like 5% of the oil reserve over there and they put it on the public market. That shit was worth billions, and it wasn't even but like 5%.
5%.
So, yeah, they got like crazy money over there. But what I'm saying.
So they wonder why that motherfucker got off the plane and went to fist pumping that nigga. You feel what I'm saying? Gas prices high. The nigga over there. Hey, gas prices high. The nigga want to get the gas prices high. The nigga want to get reelected. And say Khashoggi didn't get killed up under his motherfucking watch. So why everybody mad that he fist pumping the motherfucker? You should have been mad at the motherfucker that was running this motherfucker when he got smoked. Because he went over there. Because he went over there and didn't even talk about the shit. But anyway.
They can't do nothing about it.
They can't because the money, like you just said.
That's all bullshit. Like, no matter who get up in there talking that crazy stuff, they going to change some oil price. They ain't going to do shit about oil price because guess what? When the Saudis get ready, like right now, they drilling more than they ever drilled before. All the Saudis got to do is drop them oil prices, and they can make money all the way down to $10 a barrel. In the U.S., if they go down to like $40, $50, they're going to have to start production because they're going to be losing money. So they can't keep up. There's nothing they can do to run up on them people. Them people so far ahead, it's not even funny.
And that's why they dapping them up and shit when they get off the plane instead of going over there and telling the motherfucker like what they going to do like they do everybody else.
But see, they're powerful because of the world's reliance on oil. Like everything you look at comes from a petroleum-based product, and the motherfuckers hold the key to that shit. Everything we use has an oil base to it, whether it's
bubble gum, baby,
plastics, all that shit.
Yeah, that's my line right there. Y'all talking about, and he right to a certain extent. And what they're gonna do most of the time with the refineries too, if they do start to pump out more oil and drop prices, the refineries out here are gonna start having a surplus. And they're going to have to start slowing down production. Whenever you slow down production in the refinery, it's going to start costing money because you got machinery sitting around that's costing money and not making money. On top of that, you have a surplus of oil too. So you're going to either have to sell low or start trying to find other avenues to do with this oil. So when y'all taking it's going to cause a clusterfuck, it does, because it's going to make jobs either go up or down. It gets real weird, bro. But like I said, everything. People don't realize how much. And it's not just the petroleum; it's just the refineries within themselves, other chemicals that they make. You know what I'm saying? Besides that, but you're right. It's everything is petrochemical, baby. Everything is fossil fuel. That's why they control elections. They control what electric can do.
Right. You know? So check this out. When the surface nigga talk about gas prices, right? You feel what I'm saying? I laugh at that shit. I laugh when the surface nigga talk about gas prices, because guess what? He bitching about the gas prices because he seen them on TV or he heard somebody else about him or he ran by the pump and it was high, but his motherfucking ass got right out of the car and pumped them $10 worth of gas in this shit and shot to the trap and got his little sack and went back to the crib. Stop with the bullshit, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, focus on, you know what? I'm gonna say this, bro. You got to be a motherfucker of servitude and service to be in your 80s and want to be responsible for other motherfuckers. You feel what I'm saying? And I know some power and some money and some other shit come with it. You know what I'm saying? But hey, we all know it's hard for us to remember shit. That motherfucker in his 80s and he responsible for this entire motherfucker. It's our fault. If it's anybody else's fault, it's our fault. You mean to tell me it wasn't another motherfucker out here that couldn't do that goddamn job?
Not as long as you got that two-party system. Trump was 70-something.
Fact.
Reagan, Bush, all them niggas old.
Yeah, all that's because they got to go through that system where they know where they get in one of them parties, they're going to do exactly what the fuck they tell them to do. They don't pick their cabinet. They don't pick their advisors. Them motherfuckers are oblivious to the agenda that's going on.
Yeah, a lot of people
they don't fucking know.
Now is just a figurehead, you know.
Do y'all think I think it's our generation fault. And let me say this. I think it's our generation fault because my mama and them, you know what I'm saying, the people of the 60s and the 70s, they had shit like to lean on. You know what I'm saying? They had shit to fight for, whatever. And I feel like they fought for some shit, got us some shit, and we really ain't have shit to fight for. You know what I'm saying? The only thing I feel like my generation kind of fought for was they way through music and film. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, the later part of my generation, you know, with gay rights and shit like that. I feel like these young people with them overturning Roe versus Wade or whatever and moving on other shit, wanting to move on other shit, these young people, they got George Floyd and, you know what I'm saying? With social media, they've been able to document all this stuff and been able to show it to everybody. I feel like they're going to have more of a rallying cry, you know what I'm saying, as a generation to try to get shit back on track. And I don't think we had anything to latch on to. Am I making sense?
I understand what you're saying, but I don't necessarily agree because they got too many groups now. Like you got the gay group, where if you have a black person that's gay, they're gay first, black second. If you got a black person that's from Jamaica or Haiti, they from those countries before they're black first. We got too many groups that are in the middle of that. Those ages you're talking about, there was black and then there was them. So they formed a union together. Now what they got, you know, done, that's arguable. But I would just say that we're more fractured now than we were back then. That's just my opinion.
I agree as well.
Yeah, that's why some people don't like to use that word diaspora. But I know that most of the people who say that are people that's trying to keep that separate because I've said it before when I've talked to people in different cases that something that is like, you know, demonized and seen as less than is really kind of a badge of honor because if you a Nubian or whatever you want to consider yourself black or whatever, it represents that you come, what Peter Tosh say, no matter where you come from, that you're black, man. It just is. You can be from Canada, you can be from Jamaica, you can be from wherever, but you are a descendant of, you know, the motherland, if you want to say. So it should be a badge of honor the way I can identify you on the planet. But it's like if they reverse it on its head. You know, when I was a kid, I would always say the same thing. Why we don't look like everybody? Then I understood as I got older. No, everybody don't look like us. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, when you start to understand that, that's when I started, you know, feeling better and understanding. Because other than that, you always demonize. You know,
Brian them kind of touched on it in the shop, being black men from different places. Because I think they had some, you know, Daniel Kalula. I think that's how you pronounce his name. Old boy from Get Out and on Nope. He was on there, and a couple of the English soccer player was on there. They was all talking about, you know, all of our, you know what I'm saying? We all black. You know what I'm saying? You know, you live in England, you know, blase, whatever. We all black, but it's not all a monolithic experience. All of our experiences are different, but that's the one thing, that's the one commonality we all have.
And it's sad you got to explain that because everybody else can do it. That's why we always talk about double standard in sport.
Yeah.
Double standard and giving opportunities. Double standard even with what they was bringing about the women's mortality rate as far as Black women. You just believe that her skin is thicker or she has a higher tolerance for pain. Like she's not even like she's either is that a subspecies or it's just this weirdness that you see people say. But like I tell them, cats and dogs can't have children, but we can, bro. Like it's just you part of an ethnic group. Like when they start the races and all this other stuff, overall, we know that if you look this way, fleshy nose, curly hair, melanin, whatever, that your people are descended from this part of the world. You know what I'm saying? So to get caught up in the culture, I understand you speak Norwegian or you speak, Portuguese or whatever, but if the aliens came down and looked at everybody, you know what I'm saying? They would be like, okay, you are this, you are this, you are that, because they wouldn't have that bias. You know what I'm saying? They would just understand that y'all are just different variations of the same species. That's another reason why I tell them a lot why they don't see them all the time. I say, man, we still arguing about what we look like. Like the highest form of intelligence is to care for whatever species and to survive. We got so much pride and individualism too much. You know what I'm saying? And I like what 817 said earlier too. A lot of the kids now, out of pride, but also because it needs to be done, I think representation is going to be. That's why you're starting to see so many more women in movies and so many more people of color in lead roles. It is going to kind of be like that.
But they African.
Thing, like it's going to go swing so dramatic one way because it's one way for so long. I just hope it don't be like the Me Too stuff to where now we just try to dump it so much to where it's like, oh my God. Because I get tired, like I told you, hearing people say woke and simp. Bro, that's so weird for people to say that to me, and when they say something about it's they jam, but it's out of context, like what? Like, it's just weird, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, but you even try to separate us because he's from France and he's Black, but when you see the culture across the planet, we all are what? We all are diverse, we all are intelligent, we all are survivors, we all are normally artistic, we all are normally physically adept and have some type of prowess, whether it's dancing, fighting, you know what I'm saying? And they always try to just say, even that is being downplayed, saying, well, they're not that intelligent, but they're very physical. All the little stuff to be able to try to just always downplay something. Even in boxing, like you say, he's slick, but y'all know what I'm talking about. Try to take what's positive and negative what's positive, be derogatory. I know I'm kind of, waffling a little bit.
But remember that that's the way I look at it too now. Like, it's a new avenue with that. Like the Africans, if you look at most of the movies and the TV shows, most of the people that are playing Black roles, they're not from here. They're either from England or Europe or they're African or some shit, and they have Black skin. And then once they do those interviews, they qualify that and let you know that they're not fucking from here. So you are always getting to the point where from here is still that strife. That fight is always going to be here, and they've just figured out a way to pit us against each other, and we're quick to do that. We have no problem fighting each other. Like we have none. Zero problem fighting with each other and getting caught up in nonsense.
And I'm gonna throw trash in your yard too, but I ain't gonna throw it out there in the neighborhood up the street where it's got the nice houses.
I live in that neighborhood.
That's what I mean by they try to separate you and say you're this and this, but I don't need you. The whole trick, like I even tell my children, is why do I need you to evaluate anything with me? You know what I'm saying? You already trying to though. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying, Pittsburgh. That's why I'm telling you. Everything I'm saying is in agreement with you.
No, we agree. I know, and I'm not arguing with you. I'm rubbing stamp what you're saying. I should have moved myself. I'm rubber stamp what you're saying. Go ahead.
Because I know what you mean about it. It's all psychological. In the end, is what can you deal with? That's why I made a comment about, even when I got back with a woman that's been knowing me most of my life, she thought I was soft in certain ways that I was handling situations till she was able to kind of put her ego down and understand what was going on in the situation. Hey, these people are trying to get a rise out of you. So do I just allow them to and put myself in jeopardy just because I'm in some way, shape, or form need to show you and somebody else something through a form of aggression? I'm going to put you in your place. I say, no, because the problem is with that person. I just came here to get some shrimp. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm going to make you feel like a fool just because you're talking. You're going to have to escalate. And people around you are going to be like, well, damn, bro, what's up with you? This man here just, you're going to have to show me, and then we'll get to that point because I've had those instances when I was young. I embarrassed myself. And when you start to understand that you actually had this, I don't know if people call it a talent because a lot of folks say it's a talent. I say it's just a gift, but you never really used it. And they knew that. That's one reason why they would try to get you angry. Like we say in the South, black man, fire yourself.
Yep,
they do. That's what it was. I can't legally do this stuff to you anymore, but I can play on certain stereotypes and get a rise out of you, and I can get rid of you. You know what I'm saying? Because after you see that don't work, then the fight is different. See, you and I gonna be eye to eye, and I know where me and you are at from here on out. I tell my lady that too. That's another thing. I'm never gonna be disrespectful, but we're not gonna pretend like you didn't try to set me up for failure.
And I walked away. I walked away from a job at a Fortune 500 company because I couldn't get the concept. I couldn't play politics, and I couldn't understand the mental warfare, and I got mentally exhausted with it. You know what I'm saying? Like I got mentally exhausted with being that guy, being that one, being the one hood guy that snuck in. You know what I'm saying? And I really should have paid attention to what was going on. I could have put my name on the side of the building, but I allowed the shit to frustrate me. But I was a younger man, you know what I mean? I hadn't had them experiences. Some of them things you have to go through to learn those things. But you're right. It is purely mental. It is purely mental.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying. I did it for a woman. And what I didn't do it for a woman, let me correct that. As a result of having a child with this woman and being on a job, and something happened, and it's 20 years ago. So when you say, different instances, I can tell you flat out what had happened. In one instance, it was just the job was going to get thin. I was telling her I was going to make a move. She was like, no, everything's good now. Of course, this is her first time being around this kind of money. I've been doing something. And I now, like they say, hindsight is 20/20. I should have really did what I was going to do initially. But I humbled myself on a job in order to keep the job, in order to keep her happy. You know what I'm saying? Newborn child. Still got laid off, though, 817. And not only that, you normally get a grade when you leave certain jobs.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not even tripping about an ARB because there was the construction contract work, just like I was telling you initially when I first was in the refineries when I was younger. Came out the military too, went straight into the refineries. So when I saw all that, it was just wild to know that you showed up. You came in on days that they needed people. When the weather was bad, they know people weren't going to show up. You know what I'm saying? All this stuff is going on. But at the same time, you lay me off, and on top of that, devalue me. And I mean, you're trying to wrap your mind around it because it seemed like everything's good. And I remember a lot of older folks telling me every time they smiling at you, they not always being nice. They showing you their teeth.
Well, let me ask Pittsburgh T this. Pittsburgh T, it sounds like you somebody's manager or in personnel or HR.
All right, Reggie.
Well, I work with the union. I deal with the union part of it, in between management and people getting fired and the discipline and making sure people get their just rights as long as being a worker.
Okay.
Problem is, so go ahead.
I was just gonna say, brother, I walked away from a gentleman like you who was trying to save my job as a young man. I got a job at Southwestern Bell. This is how long it was ago. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
And it was out in South Lake. South Lake wasn't even developed during this time here in Texas. You know, South Lake is a big money community now, right? But it was being developed out there. They did a big testing at a campus of like 5,000 people, and they didn't do nothing but hire 300. I was working, swear to God, y'all, I was working at Taco Bell at the time. Halfway in high school, halfway out, working at Taco Bell part-time. My partner was going up there to, do the test or whatever. I went past the test, and at 18 years old, I got in. They wrote up a little deal about me in the paper and all of that shit, being the youngest person to get in. My partner I went to high school with was a couple of years older than me. He retired from there, okay? I would have been able to retire at age 33 from that motherfucker. I was working doing phone accounts, and I had a lady flirt with me who owned the company. During that time, they was breaking Bell up. So phone companies was doing local service. You know what I'm saying? These little mom and pop companies was trying to do local service, and they was contracting the accounts from, the Southwestern Bell. But anyway, I'm talking to business owners basically and working their accounts. Make a long story short, this girl basically got the business from her daddy. She was young, she had some money, and she lived in Texas. And I was handling her accounts. With me being young, she flirting with me back and forth while she passing accounts. My supervisor heard the shit. I had a union steward trying to save my job, bro. And I walked away from him because I didn't believe in him and the work he was doing. And I was young and I didn't understand how it was going to work. You know what I'm saying? So when you talk about the mental, not being able to communicate and all of those things, I've always felt like I was an effective communicator. You know what I'm saying? I was a point guard. I was a quarterback. You know what I'm saying? Like, leadership was in me, but to effectively convey it in times of fear or, you know what I'm saying, happenstance or when you're unsure of yourself, you're right. It's difficult to talk in those times because if I could, I would have been able to communicate to my union steward at the time what I was going through and possibly, you know what I'm saying, been able to do something. So you're right about that. And many of us as young adults, we don't have that because when we get in those situations before, we don't work all the way through them.
Well, then they listen to the wrong people. Like I give you an example. They just hired a bunch of people, right? Those people will come on the job. They'll be there. They got to do 30 days before they get in permanently. They're going to do their 30 days. As soon as the 31st day hit, because management don't pay attention, they're going to find somebody black and they're going to start fucking with them. That's just what they do. Because down here, they got a bunch of Cubans down here and they don't necessarily like black people. That's just what it is. I've been working here long enough. I've seen it enough. And what'll happen is the whole time they're going through the 30 days, there's other people that deal with the union besides me. And those people that work there will tell them, hey, stay away from that dude. But I'm the only motherfucker that look like you, that talk like you. But you gonna listen to these people, and you a grown ass man. Now, when you get in trouble and somebody trying to talk to you and lead you to, well, forget me, just push me out the way. It's plenty of us that work at these companies that even if I'm not your taste, because I'm a little bit direct, there's enough of us walking around there to kind of give you their own different way of doing stuff. They don't find none of those people. They too busy running up on the people that don't look like them, that's not for them, that's setting them up. And then they feel some kind of way about it. And then they feel like they got their nose tooted in the air. Like they got some kind of fast pass to get through something. Like, nah, man, these people been here for a long time. Ain't nobody been working nowhere or been part of nothing nowhere that hasn't had an idea of what the hell you going through. You're not that unique. I mean, in rare cases, it does happen, but your ass ain't that damn special.
Here was my thing. I did not feel like I was an asset to them. You feel what I'm saying? Like,
but you should have had. I mean, I don't know that work environment, but a lot of times that's our fault too, right? So, like, I've been there for a while. Some of those other cats been there. Usually, when I see somebody that's been there for a while, I try to talk to them. Just build a rapport outside of something happening. Because people got different shit going on in the house, and you got to have some kind of outlet. Because them jobs be fucked. Like you said, jobs be fucking with people to get them out of there because they want a certain kind of person in there. And with us, they want to have too much control, right? They not only want to cut your check and you do the tasks that they're paying you to do, and you're trading your time for labor, they want to know too much information. And if you're a private person, they're going to have a problem with that. For whatever fucking reason, they feel like they need to know every goddamn thing about you. That's not your fucking business.
They need pictures of your family on your desk. They need, you know what I'm saying? You encouraged to bring your family. You encouraged to do online. You encourage all of that shit. You already stealing all of my time.
Yeah,
you know
it's
what
not
I'm
your business.
Right.
But what happened to me, this is what happens. A lot of the older dudes that are there, they so quiet, and this is the South. I'm in South Florida. These dudes is just quiet, and they just hope it don't happen to them, right? So these dudes start off weak, right? You ain't got to be arguing with nobody all day and jumping up and down and doing all that. But you also don't got to be smacking hands with people who fucking with people and trying to be cool with them and say he all right, but no, he's not fucking all right, right? You know, and then when you've been there for a long time, you know better. There's no need for that. So then now when you get these young people, you're setting the groundwork for what's acceptable and what's okay. You're letting them know that this person is okay, and you vouching for people. Like you see the entertainment all the time. You see people vouching for people that they got no fucking business vouching for. And then the young person don't know, and they just getting led straight up like sheep to the wolves. Don't even fucking know.
See, yeah, Pittsburgh, you straight up sound like a steward.
Yeah. Straight up. And then that's even outside of outside of the company that I work for.
Yeah,
that's even in my neighborhood. The young people, like even forget that job. Even the young people, when you try to put them on game and let them know what's going on in life, you get a lot of resistance, man. You get a lot of resistance, period.
And how long you been on job?
This particular job, this would be 2023.
See what I'm saying? That's why I tell them too. Like when you're intelligent enough, when you're young, if this person telling you something because they've been there, that's another thing that I pay attention to and I value. So that's why I asked you that, not to get in your business, just because it makes more sense. And when you hear somebody speak with a certain surety, it's not from ego. It's because I can prove it to you. I'm gonna show it to you. And
it's
a lot of
the
folks
ability to persevere, right? It's the ability to persevere. He's been able, he's been able to
a lot of us
navigate
have that fear. You know what it is? Two other things with black folks too: fear of success because of where you come from, and also you have that the imposter syndrome.
Yes, you do.
You know what I'm saying? So I know what you're talking about, Pittsburgh. That's why I say I'm not trying to step on your toe, but hey, I'm following you, baby. I know exactly what you mean because, of course, that's part of my job too. And that's why I used to, in particular, being a steward. My last job was a union job, and it was with Google they were doing a data job, and it's been a while since I really had done a union job. So it was fun to do it again at an older age and really know about, because I'm considered a rat at that time. I'm not part of the union. You know how it go. So long story short, it was just good to see all the different trades and they was doing this construction. And like you say, to see the new young guys coming in and just how the culture was. Because you would think that normally a lot of the times the union jobs are better. So when you're independent, like at times I was, and you're just a contractor, you're coming in, or even if you're a third party, the union stuff was always still considered creme de la creme, but a lot of guys just didn't want to pay. They don't want to pay the fees. They don't want to have to deal with the whole brotherhood side of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's another thing. We got, and that depends on states, right? So in this particular state, this is a right to work state. Any right to work state, even if your company is a union job, you do not have to pay union dues, and then the union still has to represent you.
You heard me say
They don't
so
like
what
that means. You know what that means. You already know what it is. A lot of these old cheap motherfuckers don't want to pay for the union, then they get in trouble. And then they be running around trying to get somebody to help them. Like, come on, man, what you doing? What you doing? And really, I think to us, like, what happens is like we put people like in our ire as young people, like in a position in our mind where there's something that they're not, that don't look like us.
Exactly.
And then when you need them, they turn on you and you mad. But you should be mad at yourself because you should have never put that person in your brain that this person was looking out for you when they're not. And that's when we go buy houses, when we go buy cars, whatever the fuck we do that way too many times, man.
Well,
way too many times.
Fam, it's also this too. It's just out and out being lazy, right?
Yes.
It's just out and out being lazy, right? Because the time that it takes to do something properly, we just don't want to do. Like we don't see the benefit of going to the union meeting because we don't see how it's going to make us dollars. I'm here on this clock to make dollars. I got to go to that shit in my off time. It's not going to make me dollars. And how is the union? See, the first thing we say, that shit don't affect me. Them white folks gonna do what they gonna do. I hate to hear that shit every fucking time, right? Because it's some same processes that you need to save your ass. And the irony of life is, generally, when you omit shit, life brings it back around to you. So just like you said, a motherfucker don't want to pay the union dues, don't want to come to the meetings or none of that shit. But the first time they discriminate against him or some shit, he looking upside the union head and looking for somebody to come save him. But he was the main one that needed the union.
Yeah. Or I'll give you another one. If you get on any job that's a Fortune 500 job, it doesn't matter. Once they kick you up on that job, union or no union, they're going to give you, once you get past your probationary period, they're going to have an insurance guy call you. Then they're going to have a guy hit you up with retirement if they don't already give you a packet for retirement. They're gonna have another guy that's gonna call you for different things that you might they feel that you can need, for even donations for a charity. They're gonna try to get you direct draw out of your check every week or whenever you get paid to contribute to a charity. So they're gonna try to blood suck all your money out of your account, and it's gonna be so easy for you just to sign a couple papers, put like you saying, being lazy, put very little thought into this stuff, and away what goes with your money. You say, well, I got a retirement fund. It's a 401k. What's in there? I don't know, but they take 7% or 10% or whatever percent you told them to take. That's what they take. You don't think about it. So that's done. Now, I got life insurance. Yeah, I got whole life. I can borrow against it. Do that make any sense? Hell, fuck no. But the dude came to my house for 40 minutes. He seemed like a cool dude. And he told me if something happened, I could borrow against it. Did I look into it outside of when that dude left? Hell, fuck no.
And Pittsburgh, guess what? And guess what? 9 times out of 10, he didn't look like me, and I trusted.
Trust him, yeah. Of course you trust him. The job sent them to you. So you trust the job or somebody from the job that sent that person to you, and all they doing, that whole system is designed for you not to accelerate, because if you accelerate, then they're gonna have to replace you. So they're gonna let you accelerate.
Or pay you more, which means they're going to replace you. You're absolutely right.
They don't want to replace you. So even like say your retirement fund, right? And I always do this analogy, and I always get a little pushback from people who don't really know because they didn't have these kind of funds. Your retirement fund, you only got 2 types generally. You got an IRA and you have a 401k. 401ks generally are through those Fortune 500 companies, and those are direct draw out of your account. You don't have to think about it. They usually give you the index funds, which is the index is a whole group of stocks grouped together, and your performance is based off of those. Those are super safe funds. You're not going to get rich off of those. You're not going to lose a ton of money, but you're not going to get super rich off of those, depending on how much you put in. And you will over a period of time. So I'm talking like 20, 25, 30 years, you'll see, people with a lot of money in there, but that's over 25 years.
And they dumped a lot in there and didn't take none out. So they didn't face the penalties either.
Well, they can't take it out. That's the first problem. Like there's they have strict rules on you taking that money out, number one. And when you take it out, if you're buying a house or something else, you're going to borrow that money for the most part. The only, with exceptions like COVID, where they let you take the money out, minus the penalty. So you didn't have to pay the 10% penalty, but you did have to pay the taxes. Right. The problem with the 401k happens is that you're paying a fee every month. Right? You're paying a fee every month. You're paying a fee every quarter for somebody to manage that. You're paying a fee annually for somebody to manage that. And if you call them up and say, hey, I need money because I got an emergency for medical or whatever, you think you fall up under these guidelines for them to send you the paperwork, they're going to charge your ass a fee to send the paperwork out to you. They're going to charge you a fee to process it, if they approve it or not. And most time you're going to pay that money back with interest, like I said, with very few exceptions. It has to be a medical emergency under certain situations, or it had to be on a special situation like a hurricane, a natural disaster, or COVID, something along those lines, right? So you take that. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, didn't they also make money funneling you to that company as well? I'm pretty sure they already brokered a deal to make money off of funneling you as an employee into the insurance company. Of course. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's not insurance. So like okay, for you to have that particular retirement account, which is a 401k, right? That's managed by a insurance company, a broker, whatever you want to call it, right?
That wasn't even really supposed to be no retirement thing. 401k was just like a loophole, a tax. Yeah, my bad. Go ahead, my bad.
Exactly. So what happened is initially when they were doing it, they were contributing. So they had a match. It would be like the first 3% that you would contribute, they would contribute 3% as an incentive for people to put money in there.
Right.
After the so many years, and they felt like nationwide they got enough people in their coffers, they started rolling back that money. Why? Because they know once you put that money in there, most people are doing that and they're not getting that fucking money out for 20 years. Even if you don't put another nickel in there, once you put your money in a 401k, you cannot withdraw that money. You just can't call them up and say, hey, I want my money. That shit don't work like that. They got to be under certain guidelines. Now, if you got
to go through a process. I done it before.
Even when I closed one recently, I still got some paperwork saying One of them had a few dollars here and there, some stuff that I had stopped 5-6 years ago, and that company had pretty much let everybody go, was shutting everything down. So I'm like, how you still, even when I closed out, took stuff, you still sending me paperwork? You know what I'm saying? I got to look into that here recently now, while y'all talking about it. But that's one of the only ones here recently, the whole 401k thing that I'm even dealing with. But that right there really kind of spooked me. I'm like, damn, so y'all still, but not to cut y'all off and stop the train of thought.
Because what happens is what they doing is they charge a fee for all that stuff to manage those funds. So like, put it like this: if you buy any index, the Dow Jones, the S&P 500, the NASDAQ, what would be a big one? Any of those, right? Those don't really move so much because it's such a basket of funds. There's so many stocks in there that you got to average out. Whereas an IRA is you individually saying, I want to have an IRA. I'm going to put the same money over here, but I'm individually going to do it. I'm going to go get me a broker, Charles Schwab, E-Trade, TD Ameritrade. There's tons of them, right? Even Primerica, I believe, has an IRA, which everybody know about Primerica, right? Same thing. You open up that account. It comes directly out of your account. You can take that same money and you can say, I'm going to buy Apple. I'm going to buy Apple, Google, and I'm going to buy Facebook. And I'm going to split this money up, the same $100 a week, and I'm going to keep buying it, right? What's the difference? Now you're buying individual stock, which has a much more likelihood of a better performance. There's no fee every month. There's no fee every quarter. There's no fee at the end of the year. And guess what? If you really do have an emergency and you need to get that money out, there's nobody stopping you. There's no paperwork you need to fill out. You can get it out. You're still going to have, now you're going to pay the penalty, but you don't even have the option of paying the penalty when you get in a 401k. The only way you can get your money out free and clear without any questions asked is if you quit that job. Most of the times within 30 days, you can either transfer that money out or withdraw it with the penalty. But like once you're working for the company, good fucking luck with that shit.
Yeah.
Good luck.
So Pittsburgh T. So think about this, bro.
Oh, he dropped off.
Damn. I was just finna say that brother dropped so much game and knowledge because think about how many niggas rolled out, got a job wherever they was. I don't give a damn if it was a forklift, whatever, and heard about 401k and got excited and didn't even know what the fuck they was talking about. My T-Jones right now, right? I'm telling you, with 401k, she used the rest of her 401k money to square the crib off. You know what I'm saying? But and retired, but she didn't understand the process that it was gonna take for her to get the money. My Jones damn near lost her crib. It took 6 months for her to get the money. I mean, we was like days away before she got the money to pay for her house, her habitat home. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah. So that 401k game, not understanding, people not understanding where they putting their money. Like I gotta go with my Jones with a Medicare shit when the enrollment plan come open. Because they're taking too much money from her, not providing enough, you know? But they don't know, you dig? But it's something that your folks don't never want to talk about either because they raised your ass. So they don't want to talk about the, you know, the personal shit.
Yeah, that's one
like
thing.
I say, what happened in your house, stay in your house, man. And that shit is to a detriment to us all.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Overall, when I be coming on here, I tell them all the time, bro, I don't be trying to psychoanalyze. You know, we just all gonna be ourselves when we get on here, and just some stuff. Like I say, I deal with it enough in the real world, so I don't need to get on here with that. I ain't gonna say I'm gonna solve no problems either, but you know, I just be wanting to rap and see what other folks be thinking about. And that, you know, this when I was saying earlier, everybody got their coping mechanisms, being childish, being vindictive, being, you know what I'm saying? You see all that. And when he was talking about the fight, and like overall, the reason why you jumping folks, because you scared of that one-on-one. We talk about boxing and certain fight and all that. I told her all that stuff is the same to me when it comes down to that. You know, just people's attitudes and, you know what I'm saying, how they choose to move. And my biggest thing is that I keep saying that I respect you if you're willing to go down with what you believe in, but don't be trying to be one way and then don't want to be held accountable. You know what I'm saying? Right. That's the only thing I be talking about. I ain't nobody to preach to you, talk about you, or do nothing else like that. But that's one of the things I be saying, like, you know, if you just, what I respect, if you really want that smoke, you just really want that smoke. Don't be looking for no shortcuts. Don't look for easy. Don't get mad when it actually come your way. You know what I'm saying? That's all I be talking about, because we all been through something in the hood. Everybody that been around the bully, probably done halfway been the bully. You know what I'm saying? All kind of stuff. I tell people I ain't perfect. But when you really go through something, you heard the brother saying it earlier, that's what I know about people I listen to on here, because they don't be trying to too much be moving with that nonsense. The ones who just constantly be up on it, because I still don't understand a troll. I'm going to just tell you one straight up, A1. So I see them here and there, and I just be like, bro, your life must be miserable.
Got to be. That's a
lot of energy, man. I be impressed with some of them trolls. Like, golly, you did this and you came back and you, like, what's going on with you? You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to know what's going on with you.
But my thing is just the energy, the energy it takes to be fake. You feel what I'm saying? Like, ain't nothing better under the sun than me being me. You know what I'm saying? I love DJ for who he is, Mix for who he is, whatever be damned. You know what I'm saying? It takes all kinds, you know? And I think we can all learn from each other, but at the same time, you know what I'm saying? Like, when you can't provide no substance, when your total reason for being is to cause confusion or somebody to get angry or upset and you get enjoyment out of, man, I don't understand you, man. I don't understand you. I really don't have no patience for you.
Yeah, like Ramon them say, I don't suffer fools well. You know what I'm saying? That's what
time is valuable, is precious. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't gonna find too much pleasure in your misery. That's the other
right.
Say, yeah. But I like that. She said, I don't suffer fools well, baby. I mean, when I was younger, she would say that. I'm like, I know what you mean. And we, we all clown and talk and do stuff at certain times. Well, I say I go from platform to platform. There's still, I'm gonna keep saying it. I've been on it for a few years now. But even then, a lot of it was just observation. But to really get out here and see what's going on, I see at first you can't always even understand the emotion of the people that you're watching on the screen. But once you become involved, you start to understand, okay, that's why they were upset. This was said this way over here. These people did this. Because I think finally I saw somebody go at Blue Blood. Mm-hmm. I was like, that's kind of weird, because some people, you can be on your side and believe in your fighter, but like when they were being disrespectful, I was like, yeah, you got something with you, because there's some people it's like, dude, it's kind of hard to go at them, because
Blue ain't even got that energy. He ain't even got that.
It's like that says a lot about you. They're like, yeah, right. I ain't judge. I hate to always seem like I'm judging, but it's just like some stuff you just got to say. But everybody on here be so hypercritical and want to tell a person, and everybody needs to let you know. And some of that I just be like, yeah, you say that ain't my energy no more. I done fought enough in the real world. And at this point in time, like they say in your journey, I'm just trying to, you know what I'm saying?
You pick and choose. Right. You pick and choose your battles.
Oh, yeah, for sure on that. I don't have the energy for that. That really does, to me, I'm gonna keep saying, like you say, to me, when I just see that, I really know that you trying to find yourself, or you afraid, or you know what I'm saying, you angry with somebody, or you feel like if you do this gonna change something. But it's just I tell people that's a hamster wheel.
What's that clip Jay-Z say? Oh, you want somebody to see you. You think I see you. You in pain.
All kind of attention. Yeah.
You're right. And you trying to draw some attention to you because you're really in pain and you don't know how to express it in whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? Somebody pissed you off today. You can't pay your rent. You ain't got gas to make it to work. You late. You know what I'm saying? It's something else going on. Yeah. It's something else going on. So, yeah, man, it's shit. Man, you got to, it's living behind the mask, man. A lot of motherfuckers living behind the mask.
Yeah, it's good to see people on here on some positive, and to see so many people doing different things too. That's another one I like, when I just hear about people doing what they do, because I love ripples in the pond. I'm going to keep telling folks that. I know that might always come across like some pro-black, right on, brother bull, but no, it's just the truth. I done the other way. I tell people, when I heard, folks just say the easiest thing to be is an asshole, and it's hard. Real strength comes from trying to be patient. You know what I'm saying? Trying to build. Like, I like when Black Fight fans say he don't deal with demolition men and stuff like that. Little stuff that I hear people say here and there that mean a lot to me, because I know they mean that. And sometimes just to try to be a good person, that's gonna put a target on your back, because folks gonna be trying to prove that you're not that. They're gonna want to attack you and tear you down. And now nobody say, I remember you said that about me putting something out, and I said I didn't really want to be a hypocrite. And you was like, well, brother, in some way, shape, or form, we are all hypocrites in one way or another. And I was like, I feel you. You know what I'm saying? That was a while back when we was on here rapping too.
Right.
I remember you saying that. But I just wanted to make sure, like, I just mean it, because besides getting caught up like they do after a while, trying to put out content because of money, everything else, you know, you do is for this and for that. Some stuff just for the purity of. You hear people say that cheesy line all the time. Oh, I just want to, but I really mean that shit. You know, so when I'm sitting back watching and trying to see whatever, because it's going to be here after I'm gone. So I don't want it to just all be me giggling and laughing and clowning on here, or trying to make some other person feel some kind of way to make the people watching me go, ooh, look in shape. You know, I don't want it for that, bro. And if that come across as, you know what I'm saying, self-righteous or whatever, it is what it is. Because like I say, everybody can hurt. Everybody can slap, spit, fuck you, all whatever that is, you know what I'm saying? But I do like when I run across certain content on here and it's something that that adds to something. And I mean, I want to have my good times. I'm going to have my rambunctious times, as they say, but I just don't want it to always be there, because that's all you're getting right now, bro. Having a time, that's all you're getting. And I ain't mean to go on another tirade, yeah.
Nah, that's all good. I was gonna say that's why, you know, when I found Stormy channel, you know what I'm saying, it did something to me different than anybody else's, because of the vibe. You feel me? And it's, you know, it's the wisdom thing too. You know what I'm saying? I think it correlates a lot with, you know, my experiences as well. You know what I'm saying? I've always been drawn to that because I didn't have much of that. You feel me? There's always that wisdom that you would get from them old schools under the tree. You did? I didn't have that. That was something I was trying to find and figure out. You know what I'm saying? I got the wisdom from the kitchen table and by the stove and shit like that. You did?
Oh, I got both. And that's what's so bad, is that I had this in my mind too, of us being less than. I mean, even though I saw folks around me who had, I saw folks who had to get it the grimy way. I saw folks who finished school and got it. That's the thing that I told Mama, from the outhouse to the White House. She would always say that with us, and now I understand as I got older, because she knew that when you straddle the fence like that, that creates another type of individual. You know, some people who never had it, you can't miss it. You know what I'm saying? And people who had it and lost it. You know, I've seen all that. I've seen people cross the line both ways too. So it did give us a different way of thinking, because I was a latchkey kid, Reaganomics, all that old type of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
You too?
Yeah, I remember all that. My tea lady was always keeping stuff straight. We had TVs in the room, house stayed clean, but we knew where we were at, you know.
Fact.
You know, she kept our hair cut, you know what I'm saying, clothes creased, that type thing. And even then, you start to appreciate that more as you get older, when you look back and realize, hell, your mom was barely 20 years old. You know what I'm talking about? Like,
hey, bro, holding it down.
Yeah,
we had that conversation today, and I told her, I said, you know, there was a period, let's say in my 20s, where, you know, of course, I was not as thoughtful as I am now. You feel what I'm saying? And it even took COVID to really bring it to my face. Like, start looking at my Jones. Damn, my Jones old. You feel what I'm saying? And you start to recount as you go through things. You start to recount all the times that they could have not held your ass down. You know what I'm saying? And then you think about, shit, what was really making them hold you down? Because you see so many kids not getting held down today. You did?
Yeah, I told her I appreciate it. I tell my mama that recently. She laughed. I said, Mama, you still a better parent than me. I'll say that straight out off the muscle. I said, I did well because of what you taught me. I've had, you know, problems with the women that you have children with, or you know what I'm saying, whoever you with, however it go, because I know how there's so many different situations now when it comes to kids, man. I'll be surprised half of the time. And I'm like, say, most of mine, I got 4 and they almost grown. The youngest, you know what I'm saying? But all the rest of them, they grown. And they love me. I love them. You know what I'm saying? We communicate. And even that, I told them after a while, I took for granted, to where I call them sometimes. They be like, Pop, why are you just saying that? I said, because I hear stuff, I see stuff, and I know how we've been through things and we still good. A lot of folks don't have that. Y'all still alive. Y'all healthy. We laugh. We joke. You know, he missed the pop. You know what I'm saying? So,
man, I can still pick up the phone like I told my Jones today, bro. You just said a mouthful. I said, man, I'm still thankful I can fuck around and be cleaning up in my house. You feel what I'm saying? Be cleaning up in my house and clean up so good to where I call my Jones and be like, I clean such and such and such and such up. And it reminded me of when you got on my ass about this, that. I can still share that with her, and we can share that like that. You feel what I'm saying? And a lot of times, the kids that I be around, I don't feel like they value their parents like that. Like, I value my Jones back then like that because we understood the grind. We seen it. We was latchkey kids, like you said. We couldn't, if we did fight at school, goddamn me, or some shit at school, yo Jones couldn't take off and just come. You know what I'm saying? She couldn't do that shit because she had to be at work too. Fuck you mean? You was gonna go to school, you was gonna get that education. If you had to fight, nigga, you was gonna fight, and you was gonna take your ass back to school the next day. Yeah. You know?
Shit, I know. On certain stuff, I really know. Hold on, what KP said? He said the economy is speeding up the breakdown of the people. That's KP from KC. He just popped in. I just saw that. Yeah.
Hey, that's a mouthful too, because on the cool, the economy and technology is helping motherfuckers be separate. Like you say, these algorithms and shit. If a motherfucker ain't on what type of timing you on, they won't even see you to get another view.
I told you, being on this YouTube and took me so many other places. Like, I had already been on it. I always say the same story, 2010, 11. I kind of signed in, and then I don't know if I wound up losing something, a phone or something, because I don't do that often, but I think that's what it was. And when I signed back in, I've been on this account since I think it's like 14 or 15, but so I've been on here longer than that, but I had to re-sign in with another account. Right. And so I'm looking at different stuff, and I watched how YouTube developed over time. And then eventually when it started going with the commercials and, all the stuff that's going on with it now, you know what I'm saying? But it still is a resource, and it's so much stuff. Like I said, initially it did show me that I was kind of a nerd because I'm on here always trying to get something from it. You know what I'm saying? I hadn't thought about going into it and doing this. I mean, I knew it existed, but most of the time I'm like, how you fix this? What's the new study on that?
YouTube.
Let me go back and look at this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then getting updates from stuff. I hear a little music, but now I use it in a totally different way. Even my even baby said that. She said, "Baby, I was like, almost like a different individual, huh?" I said, but now I understand though that I'm on YouTube for a totally different thing. But it did bring a lot of good to the crib first. So I wasn't always on here on no nonsense is what I'm saying. It's just let me know how I thought. Because I mean, my kids are showing me something, I'd be like, what the hell that's on? They say like that's YouTube. TV shows and girls doing like, baby, what's that? I mean, that show you how the world is so big on YouTube. You never run across nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
So yeah. Facts. So even I've seen new people, been new places, and of course that's gonna give ideas. Some places you don't go back to, you be like, all right, I know that exists, so I'm gonna go ahead and move around. I didn't know that was a thing,
Right.
That's another reason why I say it'd be funny if people find us. I know you looking for me. It's simple. You know what I'm saying? How you find something that you don't like. Remember I always ask that? Because you looking for the black boxing channels, bro. Get off the gas. And then want to get on here and say I'm racist.
I'm racist or I'm biased or whatever, but you came here looking for us. So
looking for me, man. And then want to try to not it and say that's not it. So they say misplaced admiration. So even in itself, you proving to me that you want to be over here.
Because what it really is ignorance. The ignorance and hatred is all built up in an inquisitive manner. So you hear the search, seek, and destroy if you can, if not be changed. Because I believe a lot of the motherfuckers be looking to be changed, but they too scared and they just go with the mean.
Yeah, it won't be socially accepted. That's why they always have this secret. What was that on? And I only watched a little bit of it, but I was explaining something to my wife. Because we always, we be rapping, we be, you know what I'm saying? And what was it? It was something in Harlem. And I think that's with my boy and Forrest Whitaker. Whitaker playing Bumpy in that one. But I didn't really finish watching it. But on one point, the whole time, she hearing this vicious dude, you nigga, you this, you that, you that. And then on one part, you come in the room, this dude buck naked eating the black girl out. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. She work at the hotel or something like that. And Bumpy wound up killing him right there. But I was like, think about that. In your daily life, you just savagely always talking and going hard and doing all this about this. But in your secret, you are actually vulnerable enough to strip all the way down naked because that's part of your perversion. And this woman dressed, and you just want to put your face in her vaginal area. You know what I'm saying? And to where you go out like that. That's the irony and everything of like, What exactly? And I tell people that because I know that's one of the things that happens with this, the other side of it they don't want to talk about. And I don't always want to bring it up with the sisters, but it is that perversion part. Because it's something that you need or it's something that you're going through. And I know it must be turmoil in your head to have to pretend to be this, but secretly you over here and you wind up going out like that. Because I don't know what the whole buck naked part about you know what I'm saying? And I don't know if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
you know what
I
I'm
know what you're talking
Yeah, because
about.
I didn't even finish watching it, bro. But she saw that and she was like, wow, baby, remember you was talking about the psychological plot. I said, baby, I told you. Because I've seen it sneaking in and out of the hood. But that's the same one that holler rape. We all know the same stories. You know what I'm saying?
But,
yeah, it's that interest. That's why, you know, like I say, some of us light skin. Keep it a buck.
Keep it a buck. And on the cool, what's funny
Not to make it dark. I ain't mean to get dark. Yeah, 17, man. You know.
But on the cool, it's funny you said that, and I've seen, bruh. Man, look, it's some weird motherfuckers out there. Let's just put it that way. And to be honest, like you said, like I was saying before, you got to be able to articulate yourself and your feelings, even when you get upset. You know what I'm saying? And more of us need to do like my granny said, shit, use your ears, man. You got two of them and one mouth. Listen twice as much as you talk. You're going to figure out what you need to know if you listen a little bit more than you talk. So it was dope to have that brother talk about that right there. See, I knew I came in here for a reason tonight. You feel me? And just for him to chop it up about 401k and RAs, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's probably 40% of the brothers or 50% of the brothers out here knew about the shit, knew what to do on some different game. But it's some other cats that ain't on that game. You know what I'm saying? My Jones, for one, she wasn't on that game. She not working anymore, but she would have gained some value from a conversation like this. But she ain't never have a forum, you know what I'm saying, or a place like this together either. They used to gather together.
I know. I told her that. That's what changed the world. That's why everything's sped up. It ain't so much as, you know, men couldn't do stuff. Now we can just really communicate quickly. That's what it always was about, finding out about something on the other side of the planet. It took a time for a ship or a plane to get over there. Then you hear about it. They do something. It come back this way. And, you know, all that has been cut in half, like I say. So they knew that. That's kind of why we crashing too, though, 817, you know what I'm saying?
Too much too soon.
Going too fast in certain ways about stuff, you know, because you can. Well, what's that? What's the saying? He say, to know so much but control so little.
Man, and that's where we are now, man. Now, you know, truth is boring. Truth is, you know, the truth is boring. The truth is bothersome. The truth, you get tired of the truth. The sensationalism, the possibility of a lie. You know what I'm saying? The inference, the plausible deniability that holds more weight than anything. Like,
I know that now. I was lost, brother. I'm glad you said that because me and her talk. I was like, yeah, because in the world now, not to say you feel like you're getting old, but at times it would be weird because people like, come on, you know, play the game. You know, more or less while they talking to you. And you know, I'm cutting to the chase. They're not literally saying it, but you know what I'm saying, 817. And I'm like, nah. Yeah, you know, I'm like, nah. And it's almost weird to them. You know, that's why I keep always saying that now that I'm really being more social. I mean, I got to talk to people. I got to do stuff. I don't want to act like I'm some hermit because that's not the truth. But at the same time, just to really, outside of more professional and family stuff, just to be rapping with folks and see that. Like they need that, like it's a drug. Like you said, it's like it's really who I always like to, you know, you hear me quote stuff here and there all the time. What's the cat boy, the dude rapping? Like hating is almost a thing now.
Almost, man.
Cole, your boy Cole, J. Cole. Yeah, he said that on something. Like he tried to protect his family. Because, and I tell people it's almost like a ravenous at the gate, like zombies type stuff. Like you just waiting, just waiting for something. We cool every day. But the moment you find out my child probably had a car accident or, you know, people just so quick to want to sensationalize, like you said.
Man, ready to find something. Look.
Ready to find something.
Ready to find something to be able to hold against you. You know what I'm saying? Or ready for you to bring some bullshit to them. I made it a point. You know what I'm saying? I made it a point to start just different people, but people that look like me, young people. Just start walking up on them and asking them some random shit, not in a personal manner, but you know what I'm saying, in a thoughtful manner. You did, you know, like I asked a young man. I asked a young man, he was working at the Waffle House with a young lady, and I asked him about, you know what I'm saying, you know, did he have kids? Did he have a daughter? How did he feel about the climate today and what the fuck was going on? You know what I'm saying? And he thought with his dick first, and then he thought about his daughter. You feel me?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, not to get deep into it, but when I say it like that, you know what I'm saying. He thought with his dick first and thought about his experiences he had with that first.
Yeah.
And I told him that ain't important, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you still ain't been here long. If you still acting like that's all that, that's why I say when I tell baby about some of the guys, she say some of the older guys when weird stuff happen. I say because they never had women. They didn't be around the girls. They just getting money now. A lot of these guys are children pretending to be, you know, we pretend to be adults, and some of them really.
They got the equipment,
that's why you hear these weird stories.
Else.
We know them dudes. We grew up with them dudes. And even if you didn't get a lot, you at least saw something, taste something, smell something, felt something, was around something. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of guys was just no. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying it's even cool because I don't want my daughters to be the next generation. But you know what I'm saying? That social stuff kept you from being too weird. Not having the experience, like you say, not being able to express yourself. That's when you become a weirdo.
That's
now
when
it's
you
coming
become
out later in your life.
Yeah. So man, it's important. It's imperative for I think for us just to have them conversations, especially with the young cats, because a lot of these young niggas, man, they lost. They looking for they want a motherfucker they respect to be able to give them some game. You know what I'm saying? But they got to respect you, and then the old nigga can't be scared of the young niggas. You know what I'm saying? But it's hard not to with a lot of the shit that they got going on. You got to get them away from. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they see me now, like certain places, because like I say, not for being from out here. Yeah, it's that. Like around the house, man, I done tried, you know, but the neighbors and other little stuff, you know, sometimes you just feel the vibe. You just know, like, nah, like I'll probably head nod next door or something like that. But certain places, I had to learn that too, because like you said, I wanted to speak to certain people, but even that it throws people off. It's not something that happens all the time right now. So I'm not saying I don't and I can't, because it's a lot of, like you say, the youngsters. Once you talk, because I can be somewhere like coming out the bathroom at the gym one time, youngsters like, how tall are you? And I start chopping it up with it right quick, you know, and other little kids come over and they be like, you look like a killer, but you friendly than them. You know, like, yeah, I had that happen so many times.
Right.
So, and it's just, I tell them, I say, yeah, you know, but it's just the climate, like you say now. You got to be careful, man. You know,
gotta be careful
it's bad now too, because they just was talking about another shooting on the TV, bro. I'm like, man, bro, people sitting at the mall getting shot up now.
Man, I seen a story about a brother airing up his tire. The three motherfuckers come to carjack him and just killed him.
Yeah.
And he's a teacher. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's sad, bro. It's sad. And like he was saying, these rappers, they ain't even got time to be somebody and know who they is, you know what I'm saying, for they get murked.
And the older people, he said that. He brought a point, and I was like, bro, he is so right, because my oldest, she'll be 21 now. She said it because she was talking about, you know, she told me the song Old Nigga, and we were just talking about how the old and the young is. And I told her, I said, baby, it's still pretty much the same. It's just that y'all can really communicate more. Like the old folks would hate on us when we was young, and the youngest was like, oh, you just mad you old. I said, baby, that's always like a generational thing. The child is so highlighted because of the technology. I keep going back to technology. So y'all
got social media
about that. And I said, baby, I do know, because she's done some stuff here and there, and you know, in school, going to little camps and stuff, and it threw her off whenever certain teachers would like challenge her for nothing, just because they thought. And I said, baby, this is the stuff when daddy was getting you ready, they're gonna feel like you're not supposed to be there. Let's just say it in a nice way, that you shouldn't be capable of being there, you know. And not only that, you don't seem to need to ingratiate yourself to me. You just simply existed, and that makes me uncomfortable. You know, and I told her, she said, Daddy, I really know what you meant now. I say, yeah, just simply you breathing oxygen on side of this person makes them uncomfortable. I said, I don't want you to cry about it. I don't want you to feel like, I said, because there's many before you who went through worse. I try to always remind myself of that. It doesn't feel comfortable. You know what I'm saying? I say, but all in all, I just want you to be aware of it. Now,
Right.
they still want you to pretend like it's not a thing, because that's also the social acceptance side of it. You know what I'm saying? But now that you know it's real, this is what impedes people too, like you say. Like you went through something at your company and like that. So yeah, they want to be heard.
But it's so good for her to encounter it now.
And she
you know
did.
what I'm saying? So now
she grew from it. Like that's what I was. Yeah.
So she can use it as motivation and fuel and grow from it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And put that in the book and keep going. That's what we need.
And now she is, like I said, she will be on. And I told her that. I said, I don't understand the jealousy with your children and all that. I can understand when you feel like how you feel personally. You know, I've seen women try to sabotage the kids too. You know, that's always kind of sad. Everybody got different relationships with their mom, because I know a lot of us, even now, we talk about our mom and appreciate our mom, but I know I got friends who don't. You know, whoever the significant one in your life, I should say. But people know what you mean too when you say your mom. But yeah, she's been through quite a bit. Uh-oh. Damn, I think everybody got dropped off now, huh? Yeah. I think that's going to be it, huh? I want to be up here lip flapping. I know y'all don't want to hear me. Yeah. Until Kyle, we made it to what, almost 6 o'clock? Yeah, right at 5:38. Yeah, I know most folks going to be going to work. Baby going to be going too. Let me see what they got going on. If nobody, let me look at the private chat too to make sure. Yeah. Yeah. Pittsburgh said that earlier too. He said he has dropped off. I think that's the same thing happened with with 817. Let me see if my internet. Let me make sure I'm not talking to myself. No, I look like still got 11. Let me. Yeah, we was hoping to probably see y'all off to work, man. There's been a couple of times we've been on here rolling this late too. Yeah, about 10 people still in here. Yeah, I don't know if anybody will be able to put y'all back on, man, or if y'all even really wanted to, man. I guess I'll be able to just go ahead and just jump off here. I guess this was another good one, though. You know, I don't always want to be too sentimental when I come on his platform, because I know cats be needing a break. They be need to be entertained. You know what I'm saying? I don't always want to be like the one to come through and always want to talk about life, always serious and stuff like that. But, you know, I kind of came in like that. Just wanted to let people know where I stand at most of the time. But I do enjoy the conversations we be having. And, of course, when Brother Pittsburgh, that was A1, like 817 said, man, to get that information. I had figured that too. That's why I said when people speak so surely, a lot of times I just know they just telling the truth. They're not trying to impress nobody or nothing like that. And that's when you're going to learn something, especially if you can, like I said earlier, if you're full of pride, you're not going to be able to have no wisdom. And they said in times of crisis, intelligent people build bridges and other folks build dams or walls, and I don't want to do that either. And it is a sign of intellect to be able to say what you need to say. But like I say, ladies and gents, I go ahead and jump off. I don't think I see anybody commenting either. Yeah. So I appreciate everybody, man. Hey Kyle, like I said, I was trying to get you to 6 a.m. kinfolk. We couldn't, we almost made it. All right, peace out, everybody.
the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.